Chapter 2036. What surprised Yang Ming was that they were actually invited by Xia Bingbao to be instructors. Yang Ming's expression was a bit weird. I didn't expect Xia Bingbao to be so powerful. He even has a connection with a foreign assassin organization. At this moment, other people's thoughts were similar to Yang Ming's. They were a little surprised. How did Xia Bingbao invite these people? Everyone may be very confused. Why can I invite people from the assassin organization? Xia Bingbao seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled slightly and explained to everyone. In fact, you don't have to be confused. We have always had some contact with this assassin organization. This is also my personal relationship. When I was training outside, I had a chance to meet the person in charge of this assassin organization. Our relationship was good. So, this time they gave me face and sent 2 young masters to give everyone special training. Xia Bingbao smiled slightly and explained to everyone. In fact, you don't have to be confused. Yang Ming suddenly realized after listening to Xia Bingbao's words. He didn't expect Xia Bingbao to go out to train when he was young, and he also had some friendship with the leader of the assassin group. However, there was no fundamental conflict between the two, so Yang Ming was not surprised that they had a personal relationship. However, my face is not very big. I have used this favor this time, but there will be no next time. As Xia Bingbao said this, he sighed slightly as if he was talking to Yang Ming, so I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity. If it weren't for the high difficulty of this mission, I wouldn't have used this favor to invite these 2 instructors for special training for everyone. Favor? There was an imperceptible smile at the corner of Yang Ming's mouth. It was estimated that if these 2 people saw him here and went back to report, Xia Bingbao would still have some face in the future. Xia Bingbao seemed to see Yang Ming smile at that moment. He frowned slightly. In his opinion, the previous words were in vain because it seemed that Yang Ming didn't care at all. Xia Bingbao could only sigh. Yang Ming was good at everything, but he was a little too proud and arrogant. He only hoped that Yang Ming could be convinced by these 2 people. Otherwise, it would affect the learning mood of the other team members. Then, it would really be a bit of a loss. The 2 assassins came over. Yang Ming knew that there were some things that he wanted to hide, but they couldn't be hidden anymore. However, Yang Ming didn't care now. He had already discussed the conditions with Xia Bingbao. This was also Yang Ming's last mission, so it didn't matter if some of Yang Ming's relationships were exposed or not. The only disadvantage of being exposed was that Xia Bingbao had a new reliance. He would have a trouble for Yang Ming in the future. Seeing Yang Ming, the 2 assassins were obviously stunned. They didn't expect to see Yang Ming here. However, being surprised was just being surprised. Yang Ming didn't greet them, so they couldn't take the initiative to talk to Yang Ming. After all, no one knew what Yang Ming was doing here. They didn't want to reveal their identity. Yang Ming, these 2 are the top existences in the assassin world, so I hope you can face up to yourself. If you think you're better than them, you can also spar with them, but I don't want you to give up learning directly. You know, there's a good saying that there is always someone to learn from, so I think it is also beneficial to learn more. Xia Bingbao finally reminded Yang Ming, then nodded to the 2 assassins and said, I will leave the rest to you. The 2 assassins listened to what Xia Bingbao said to Yang Ming, and suddenly had a feeling of being dumbfounded. Their expressions were very weird. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Come on, you 2 come together. Let me try your skills. Yang Ming looked at the 2 assassins in front of him, smiled slightly, and said to them, This. After the 2 assassins listened to Yang Ming's words, they didn't know what to do. They couldn't go up, and they could not go up either. Wang Kejin, why? I heard that your strength has improved now. How did you become so timid? I remember that when we first met, you attacked directly, right? Yang Ming looked at the assassin in front of him and asked faintly. This assassin was Wang Kejin, the person responsible for assassinating Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan. At that time, Wang Kejin could be said to be a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. If Wang Xiaoyan didn't use the butterfly microsteps, it was likely that he wouldn't recognize his own family. When he heard Yang Ming call his name, Wang Kejin was slightly stunned. He knew that Yang Ming was not going to hide his identity, so he immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you mocking me? How do I have the ability to fight with you? I am afraid that as soon as I make a move, I will be defeated by you. It's just a test. You don't have to be so nervous." Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, "Make your move. You attack me. As long as you touch my clothes, I lose. Then I will just admit defeat. There are not many people in the world who can break the butterfly microsteps." Wang Kejin smiled bitterly and said, "I don't use the butterfly microsteps." Yang Ming shook his head. "I only use normal dodging techniques. This is a test for you. Then I won't be polite." Wang Kejin nodded and looked at Yang Ming with a dignified expression. He was ready to attack. The dialogue between Yang Ming and Wang Kejin shocked everyone present, including Xia Bingbao. They all widened their eyes. Xia Bingbao didn't expect that the two assassins that he hired with great effort actually knew Yang Ming, and this was not the end of it. When Yang Ming invited them to fight, they didn't even have the courage to fight. What is going on? Is Yang Ming too powerful? Or am I deceived? Did the other party just find the two weakest assassins? However, this idea was quickly denied by Xia Bingbao. Before this, he also found someone to test the skills of these two assassins. They were indeed very strange and powerful. When it came to assassination, he was not their opponent. Therefore, there was only one possibility. That was, Yang Ming was indeed very powerful. He had fought with one of these two assassins, and the assassin was convinced of his defeat. Only this possibility would lead to the current situation. Just when everyone was puzzled, Wang Kejin had already started to make his move. For Yang Ming, Wang Kejin did not dare to have the slightest neglect. Although Yang Ming said that it was just a trial, it was actually a test of his skills. This made Wang Kejin very nervous. What if Yang Ming was disappointed with his skills? Thinking of this, Wang Kejin did not warm up, but directly took out some of the unique skills that he had recently practiced. This was a set of boxing techniques. It was a unique skill of the butterfly family. Only the core children of the butterfly family could use it. Including Yang Ming, they did not know this boxing technique. Of course, it was not that the butterfly family did not teach it to Yang Ming, but Yang Ming did not have time to learn. Chapter 2037. During Yang Ming's initial training, he had not been officially confirmed as the son-in-law of the butterfly family, and there was no engagement ceremony. Therefore, these things could not be spread around casually. When Yang Ming visited for the second time, he was busy dealing with other things, so he had no time to learn. Yang Ming looked at Wang Kejin's ordinary but difficult to dodge punch. He was a little puzzled. When Wang Kejin's punch came, Yang Ming wanted to dodge casually, but he found that this punch seemed to have eyes. It covered the position he wanted to dodge, as if it could change direction at any time. As for Yang Ming, he had no choice but to use an unconventional dodging method to dodge and quickly retreat backwards. Your punching technique is amazing. You can actually block the normal dodging position. If I didn't react quickly, I would have fallen into your trap. Yang Ming said with some surprise. "Thank you, Brother Yang, for the compliment. This is our butterfly family's secret technique. I just learned it. If Brother Yang also understood it, I am afraid this effect would not be achieved." Wang Kejin was a little ashamed. His unexpected punch didn't do anything to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also dodged smoothly. If Yang Ming knew his punching technique, then he would probably be counterattacked by Yang Ming. Again, use everything you know and let me see. Yang Ming nodded and said. Wang Kejin nodded and began the second round of attacks on Yang Ming. However, although his moves were clever, he was still not Yang Ming's opponent. "Brother Yang, I admit defeat. I am not your opponent." After Wang Kejin's repeated attacks were fruitless, he took a deep breath, shook his head, and was ready to give up. "I attacked, and you just dodged. This already shows that I have lost. Continue. Let me see your killer move." Yang Ming was unwilling to give up. Final move. Wang Kejin nodded, and his figure quickly approached Yang Ming. At the same time as he punched, his body unexpectedly slid behind Yang Ming to the right, preparing to launch a surprise attack on Yang Ming. However, just as Wang Kejin was about to throw a punch, Yang Ming did not turn around. Instead, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He quickly moved forward and dodged the attack. After dodging the attack, Yang Ming felt lucky. Wang Kejin's move was really weird. If Yang Ming didn't have eyes on his back, it wouldn't be easy to avoid it. The speed of Wang Kejin's move was too fast, and the change was too fast. Before the person could react, he suddenly changed the direction. However, if one carefully analyzed it, there were still traces of this move. This move was modified from the butterfly micro-step, but it was only a single move. The butterfly micro-step was a secret, and even core disciples might not be able to learn it. Not bad. After Yang Ming dodged this move, he couldn't help but cheer loudly. This move is good. Wang Kejin, you teach this move to them. Yang Ming's words suddenly made Xia Bingbao's eyes light up. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the excitement, and the expert appreciates the skill. These bystanders were all experts. Xia Bingbao also saw the power of this move, so he was very tempted by Yang Ming's proposal. He originally wanted to mention it, but because this was the core of the other party, Xia Bingbao knew that even if he proposed it, the other party would not teach it. After all, these things were not part of the other party. It was impossible to teach it casually, saying it would only increase the awkwardness. However, if he didn't say it, Xia Bingbao was still a little unwilling. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Ming made this request first. Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Su Su, and Xia Shui also looked at Wang Kejin with some excitement. Obviously, they were also very interested in this move. This was a move that could be used to win in a battle. If they learned it, it would be useful for a lifetime. It was also a good way to save their lives in a critical moment. They wanted to learn it, but they were too embarrassed to mention it. However, it was different when Yang Ming mentioned it. It could be seen that Yang Ming and this Wang Kejin were very familiar. Wang Kejin was a little embarrassed. This was the butterfly family's secret skill. If it was spread out, the family master would blame him. Wang Kejin couldn't handle it. However, Yang Ming was the son-in-law of the butterfly family. If he refused, Wang Kejin didn't know what to do. You can rest assured about this. I will talk to father-in-law. Yang Ming smiled slightly and saw Wang Kejin's thoughts, so he comforted him. Okay, as long as the family master agrees, then I will naturally do my best. Wang Kejin had no burden and immediately promised. Father-in-law. When Yang Ming said this, Xia Bingbao, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Su Su, and Xia Shui were all stunned. What father-in-law? Who is Yang Ming's father-in-law? Listening to Wang Kejin's words, the father-in-law that Yang Ming mentioned, is their family master? What's going on? This is messy enough. Yang Ming, you just said. Xia Bingbao hesitated and asked. My father-in-law is the family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songzhan. Yang Ming didn't hide it. At this point, there was nothing that Yang Ming couldn't say. Your father-in-law? Xia Bingbao was stunned. Your father-in-law, isn't he Qin Fei? One of my fathers-in-law. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. My situation is a bit complicated and special. And I know. Xia Bingbao was speechless for a while. But how can you be related to the butterfly family? I'm actually an assassin, but I don't belong to the butterfly family. I belong to the kind that works alone. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This marriage was arranged by my master. It's a bit weird. I say, Yang Ming, can you not surprise me? It turns out that you have such a relationship with the butterfly family. If I knew this, I wouldn't have wasted this favor. No, I have to talk to your father-in-law. Our relationship is as close as brothers. This favor doesn't count. In the future, people will often come to help me train. Xia Bingbao said shamelessly. Up to you. Yang Ming was also a little speechless. Since he didn't ask, I naturally didn't say these things. It has nothing to do with the mission. It's not important. So, you also know that the general special training has no effect on me, but it is necessary to let them train my team members. Seeing Wang Kejin's skill, Yang Ming also changed his mind. He was going to let him train Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Su Su, and Xia Shui. This would be of great benefit to them in the future. Yang Ming also wanted to join the training, but his identity was the same as Wang Kejin's. He was an instructor. Chapter 2038. What's your name? I think you look familiar, but I don't remember your name. Yang Ming turned to look at another young man next to Wang Kejin and asked, Young Master Yang, my name is Wang Keisu. I am also a disciple of the younger generation of the butterfly family. Wang Keisu was not as familiar with Yang Ming as Wang Kejin, so he called Yang Ming Young Master Yang instead of Brother Yang. Wang Keisu, who is more powerful between you and Wang Kejin? Yang Ming nodded. It seemed that the disciples of this generation of the butterfly family had similar names. I'm ashamed. Wang Kejin is a little better than me. Wang Keisu said with some embarrassment. Well, in that case, the three of us will serve as instructors and carry out special training for my team members. Yang Ming didn't need to test Wang Keku's skill. Since he was worse than Wang Kejin, he was naturally not Yang Ming's opponent. However, Yang Ming thought that he shouldn't be much worse than Wang Kejin. After all, they were sent together. It wouldn't be good if the difference in strength was too great. Yes, Wang Keisu responded quickly. This result made Xia Bingbao very satisfied. Although it was somewhat different from what he expected, Yang Ming changed from a student to an instructor. Yang Ming did indeed have the strength to serve as an instructor. Similarly, the strength of Wang Kejin and Wang Keisu could not be underestimated. With Yang Ming leading, he believed that this special training should have a qualitative improvement for these members. Time passed quickly. On the training ground, only Yang Ming, Wang Kejin, and Wang Keisu's urging, and Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui's hard work were left. Although it was only a short 10 days, everyone felt very fulfilled. They learned a lot of skills that they never had before. Everyone was even more confident about this mission. Originally, everyone's mood was a little perturbed. They all thought that this was a one-way trip. This kind of negative attitude was not a good thing, but now, everyone was full of morale. At the military airport, a special plane took off. Yang Ming bid farewell to Huang Lele. Xia Bingbao, Wang Kejin, and Wang Keisu took the team members and flew to Yunnan Miaojiang. However, while they were flying from Yunnan to their destination, in Songjiang City, the Yang family's villa in Huashan District, it was not calm. Chen Mingyan sat on the sofa with a very bad expression. On the coffee table in front of her, there was an open courier bag, and on the courier bag, there was a stack of photos. The male lead in the photos were all the same person, but there were many female leads. The male lead was naturally Yang Ming. As for the female lead, in addition to Chen Mingyan herself, there was also Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejia, Lan Ling, Suya. However, in addition to these people, there was actually Xia Shui, Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, Jing Xiaolu, Zhao Ying, Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan. There were also two women that he didn't know. One was wearing a flight attendant costume, and the other seemed to be Lu Huamei. Chen Mingyan had seen this Lu Huamei on TV before, but why does she know Yang Ming? Moreover, Yang Ming was now pushing open the door of a hotel room and entering the room, while Lu Huamei was only wearing pajamas. What is the relationship between these two people? Of course, this photo was the most ordinary one. The rest of the photos of Yang Ming and other women were much more intimate than this. And there was more than one photo. If it was only one photo, then Chen Mingyan would not be so angry. If someone wanted to frame Yang Ming, it was not too difficult to capture a plausible photo. However, there were dozens of photos of Yang Ming with Xiao Qing, Sun Jie, Jing Xiaolu, Zhao Ying, Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan, and the woman in the air stewardess costume. This could not be a frame, nor could it be a coincidence. Yang Ming and these women, some were holding hands, some were sitting in the car intimately, some were kissing in the corner, and some were going to the hotel together. Chen Mingyan did not know what to feel at this moment. Xiao Qing, isn't she Yang Ming's god-sister? Why is she related to Yang Ming? The two of them even kissed. Chen Mingyan would not believe it if they were just ordinary god-sister and god-brother relationship. Forget about this. Zhao Ying and Yang Ming are actually related? Seeing a group of photos, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying hugging each other and hiding under a car, and the next photo was Yang Ming looking for Yang Ming nearby. Shen Mingyan was so angry that her face turned red. Isn't this that time at the resort in Donghai when I went to catch the adulterers? Yang Ming and Zhao Ying really have a relationship. That Fan Jinja really did not wrong Yang Ming. The most ridiculous thing was that I was like a fool at that time and didn't believe it. Thinking about it now, Fan Jinja was probably laughing to death in his heart, right? Looking at the photos behind, Chen Mingyan's heart was about to explode. This was a photo of Yang Ming and Zhao in getting a room at the Moon on the Sea Resort. And Zhou Jieji was actually there too. That day, I actually believed Zhou Jieji's words, but I didn't expect that Zhou Jieji was also an accomplice in that incident. Chen Mingyan suddenly had an urge to cry. Everyone knows, but I don't. It's really pitiful and sad. Jieji, how can you lie to me? You already knew, right? You already knew that Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were related? Chen Mingyan turned to look at Zhou Jieji, who was a little pale, and questioned. Sister Mingyan, Zhou Jieji bit her lip and didn't know how to say it. She was indeed wrong to hide this matter, but she was in the middle and was in a dilemma. If she told Chen Mingyan, she would offend Zhao Ying. If she didn't tell, okay, don't say it. I'm a big fool. Chen Mingyan covered her forehead in pain. She felt that she was so stupid. Originally, she thought that Yang Ming should be satisfied with so many women. With these people accompanying him to live in Island X, what regrets did he have? But now it seemed that she was too naive. Yang Ming was a womanizer. He was a womanizer. I was really blind. I actually believed Yang Ming's words, Sister Mingyan. I'm sorry. I knew about Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, Sister Xiao Qing, and Sister Mingyan before, but I was afraid that you would be sad if you knew, so I didn't tell you. And Jing Xiaolu, I also noticed some. Zhou Jieji looked at Chen Mingyan's pain and said frankly, but Sister Mingyan, I didn't mean it, Jing Xiaolu. AI, she likes Yang Ming. I noticed some of it, but I didn't take it seriously at first. I thought that Yang Ming wouldn't like a little delinquent girl like her, but I didn't expect Yang Ming to actually. How can he be so vulnerable to temptation? Chen Mingyan's voice was a little choked. But even if he was with Jing Xiaolu, why didn't he tell me? Why did he hide it from me and lie to me? Chapter 2039. Sister Mingyan, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. Zhou Jieji looked at Chen Mingyan's sad look and sighed. It's not your fault. It's very difficult for you to be caught in the middle. Chen Mingyan waved her hand and said, Wang Xiaoyan, Jing Xiaolu, Sun Jia, Victoria, and Xia Shui are fine. But why are Zhao Ying and Xiao Qing with him? Chen Mingyan wasn't a stingy person, but Yang Ming suddenly had so many female confidants. Chen Mingyan found it somewhat difficult to accept. What made it even more difficult for her to accept was Xiao Qing and Zhao Ying. One was Yang Ming's godsister. Although she was his godsister, she was much older than Yang Ming. Why did Yang Ming and her, Zhao Ying was Yang Ming's and her former teacher? Although she wasn't now, she was only Yang Ming's and her senior, but Chen Mingyan's heart couldn't accept it. Sister Mingyan, don't be angry. Zhou Jieji comforted her, but she didn't know how to comfort her. She had no experience in this area. Sister Lin didn't know what to say. She just looked at Chen Mingyan silently. Sister Mingyan, it's all my fault. If I wasn't there, you wouldn't be able to set this precedent. Yang Ming wouldn't be so unscrupulous. Chen Mingyan listened to Lin Jian's comfort and was stunned. Then, she smiled bitterly. Sister Lin, what does this have to do with you? I said it before. I can barely accept those people, but Zhao Ying and Xiao Qing, one is Yang Ming's and my former teacher, and the other is Yang Ming's and my godsister. The relationship between them is too awkward. Sister Mingyan, I think that since things are already like this, it's useless to be angry. It's better to think about what to do in the future. Besides, Yang Ming isn't here. The authenticity of these photos can't be determined. Maybe it's photoshopped? Zhou Jieji thought about it and said, I'm a computer expert myself, so I'm sure that if it was me, I could make these photos. If there was a person with the same skills as me, it wouldn't be difficult to make these photos. Zhou Zhejia's implication was that these photos might be fake. She wanted Chen Mingyan to calm down first. However, in fact, with Zhou Zhejia's understanding of Yang Ming and her careful examination of these photos, Zhou Zhejia had already determined that these photos were real and not photoshopped. At least, she didn't see any unnatural Photoshop. If it was photoshopped, it could only be said that this person's skills were too good. He was better than Zhou Zhejia. Yeah, some of these photos may be real, and some may be splashing dirty water on Yang Ming. Take this Lu Huamei, for example. Yang Ming may not be related to her. Lin Jiyun also opened her mouth and analyzed, Sister Mingyan, do you remember that you told me before? Wang Jitao once showed you a few photos, so it caused a misunderstanding between you and Yang Ming. Now you know the truth of the matter. I'm the person involved, but it's not like the association of the photos you saw. There's more to this matter, right? So we don't know if there's more to these photos now. Sister Mingyan, you have to calm down. After listening to Zhou Zhejia and Lin Jiyun's words, Chen Mingyan's mind suddenly calmed down. Zhou Zhejia was right. The authenticity of the photos was unknown. Who knew if there was more to it? I heard that Zhou Zhejia was also made into an XX video, which almost fooled Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun's words were also very important. Yeah, I've already been fooled by Wang Jitao once before. What I saw might not be true. This sentence is very reasonable. Okay, then let's confirm the authenticity of these photos now. Chen Mingyan nodded and decided to test the authenticity of the photos. She already had a plan in her heart on how to test. How do you determine? Zhou Zhejia and Lin Jiyun looked up and asked at the same time. Call them and let them come over to see the photos at the same time. If these photos are true, then as long as one person admits it, the others will subconsciously follow suit. Of course, except for those who really have no problems. Chen Mingyan was worthy of being Chen Fei's daughter. She also learned how to observe people's expressions. And this can also get these people to come together. If it's true, then let's take it one step at a time. Zhou Zhejia and Lin Jiyun knew that 80% of the things were true. Chen Mingyan did this, but it also made things worse all of a sudden. And if this matter was really true, then there was no room for maneuvering at all. But now it seemed that Chen Mingyan was determined to call these people over. Zhou Zhejia and Lin Jiyun didn't stop her. At this time, it was useless to stop her. Chen Mingyan's suspicion had already been raised. It was impossible not to solve it. Looking at Chen Mingyan picking up the phone, she first dialed Xiaoqing's phone. Sister Xiaoqing? I'm Mingyan. Are you free? Can you come to my house? In. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chen Mingyan's tone was very normal. There was nothing wrong with it, but the more it was like this, the more worried Zhou Zhejia and Lin Jiyun were. It would be more and more uncontrollable later. Sister Xiaoqing? I'm Mingyan. Do you have time now? Can you come to my house? What? You and Wang Xiaoyan are shopping. That's great. You can come together. There is something you will know when you come, Chen Mingyan thought. This time, she didn't have to look for Wang Xiaoyan alone. Xiaolu? I'm Chen Mingyan. Come to my house. I have something to talk to you about. Chen Mingyan called every female lead in the photos, except for Huang Lele, who she didn't know, Suya, and Lan Ling. The others were called to her house by Chen Mingyan. Of course, there was also Xia Shui and Lu Huamei. Xia Shui's phone couldn't be connected, and Chen Mingyan didn't have Lu Huamei's phone number. After the phone call, Chen Mingyan quickly sorted the photos on the table according to each person and put them back into the portfolio. In a while, when they come, you two don't talk. Listen to me, Chen Mingyan said. Okay. Lin Jiyun and Zhou Zhejia had no choice but to nod. Although the two of them didn't want to make things worse, they couldn't decide. They could only wait and see. After doing all this, the doorbell of the villa came from the villa's door in a short while. Lin Jiyun got up and opened the door helplessly. I don't know who will be the first person to come. Chapter 2040. What Lin Jiyun didn't expect was that the first person to come was actually Jing Xiaolu. Sister Lin, hello. I heard that Sister Mingyan is looking for me? What's the matter? Jing Xiaolu walked in with a smile. She didn't realize that the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange, and she didn't notice the helpless expression on Lin Jiyun's face. Hello, Xiaolu. I don't know. You can only ask Sister Mingyan. Lin Jiyun shook her head. She wouldn't say much about Yang Ming and Jing Xiaolu. Okay. Jing Xiaolu entered the villa and saw that Chun Mingyan was sitting on the sofa at the moment. So she said, Sister Mingyan, are you looking for me? Xiaolu, you're here? Sit down first. Chun Mingyan's expression didn't seem to be inappropriate as she smiled and gestured to Jing Xiaolu to sit on the opposite sofa. Okay, but Sister Mingyan, what's the matter? Jing Xiaolu's heart was actually a little perturbed. Yang Ming transferred the shares of Ming Yang Entertainment to her name, but Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. What if she asked for these shares back? Jing Xiaolu wasn't reluctant to return them to Chun Mingyan, but she finally had a career to display her talents. Jing Xiaolu didn't want to give up. Although she was greedy for money, it was only a small amount. She had no idea about the huge market value of Ming Yang Entertainment. In Jing Xiaolu's opinion, she could live comfortably with 3 or 5 million yuan in her life. No matter how much money she had, it didn't make much sense. However, when Yang Ming left, Jing Xiaolu promised Yang Ming that she would manage the company for him. Now that he called out the company, she was somewhat reluctant. Therefore, Jing Xiaolu couldn't wait to know why Chun Mingyan was looking for her. It's not a big deal. I just want to talk to you about something, but there are still people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait for them. When everyone is here, we'll talk about it together. Chun Mingyan smiled and gestured to Jing Xiaolu to be patient. Jing Xiaolu nodded. Since Chun Mingyan said so, she could only give up for the time being. After all, Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's real girlfriend. Chun Mingyan didn't speak at this time. She just waited quietly for the next guest. Jing Xiaolu felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but she didn't know what was going on when she saw the faint smile on Chun Mingyan's mouth. The doorbell rang again. Lin Jiyun got up to open the door again, but this time it was Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan. Sister Ying, Yin Yin, you're here? Lin Jiyun nodded to them. To be honest, Wang Xiaoyan wasn't very familiar with her. They didn't have much interaction, but because they were neighbors, they would see each other frequently. So, their relationship was still good overall. Jiyun, I don't know why you're looking for us so urgently. What's the matter? Did something happen at home? Why did you ask Yin Yin to come together? Zhao Ying was confused by Chun Mingyan's phone call. She didn't know what happened. I don't know. Sister Ying, why don't you ask Sister Mingyan? Lin Jiyun still said this sentence. Her character was aloof, so she didn't want to offend anyone. She could only keep silent. Mingyan, why did you suddenly call us? Zhao Ying walked into the villa's hall and saw Chun Mingyan. She asked with a smile. Sister Ying, you're here. Why don't you sit down first? There are still people who haven't come yet. When everyone is here, let's talk about business. Chun Mingyan said with a smile. Yin Yin, you sit down too? Although Zhao Ying was a bit puzzled about why Chun Mingyan was looking for her, she still had to wait for everyone to come. However, when she saw that Jing Xiaolu was also here, Zhao Ying was even more puzzled. She greeted her and sat next to her. Wang Xiaoyan was a person who didn't like to talk much. Except for Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, she almost didn't talk to others. Even if it was a neighbor, she just nodded and sat down. Her small face was cool, and there was no smile. After a while, the doorbell rang again. Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, and Victoria also came. Victoria had now changed her name to Qinmingxi. She lived in the Huashang district. Yang Ming bought a house here for her. The purpose was also to let her secretly protect Chun Mingyan, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiejie. For Chun Mingyan, she was the easiest to accept Qinmingxi. Last time, when she, Zhou Jiejie, and Lin Jiyun were in danger, it was Chun Mingyan who stepped forward. As her personal bodyguard, she had a relationship with Yang Ming. After all, everyone was very familiar with each other. Having a relationship was more reliable than having no relationship. But for the others, Chun Mingyan wasn't so easy to accept. So when these people arrived, Chun Mingyan said faintly, everyone is here. I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone should be very clear about who I am. I won't introduce myself, so I will go straight to the topic and show everyone something. As Chun Ming-yin said, she opened the express delivery bag next to her and took out the photos inside. Then, everyone stacked them on the coffee table, facing everyone. Seeing Chun Ming-yin's action, the people present were stunned. They didn't know what she meant, but after everyone picked up the photos, everyone's face changed. All of them became extremely ugly. They didn't expect that the photos of them being intimate with Yang Ming would actually fall into the hands of Chun Ming-yin. Moreover, it wasn't just one photo. Each person had a dozen or even dozens of photos. The dates on these photos were basically from when they first got together with Yang Ming until a few days ago when Yang Ming left. Almost every period of time was not missed. How is it? Does anyone have anything to say? Chun Ming-yin suppressed her anger and looked at the women in the room. Every one of them was extremely beautiful. They were not worse than her, but they all treated her like a fool. She had seen these people before. Some of them were even familiar with them, but they hid it from her and secretly dated Yang Ming. How could Chun Ming-yin put her face? At this moment, the palest ones were Zhao Ying and Xiao Qing. Only these two people's situation was the most special. The others were not too ugly, but they were a little embarrassed. Wang Xiaoyan didn't take it seriously at all. After looking at the photos a few times, she just said faintly, "It's taken well. I could take it back as a souvenir." You. Chun Ming-yin heard Wang Xiaoyan's provocative words, and suddenly she was furious. She pointed at her and said bitterly, "Do you still have any face? Don't you feel ashamed? As our neighbor, you actually secretly seduced my husband?" Chapter 2041. Your husband? Are you married? Did you have a wedding? Wang Xiaoyan looked at Chun Ming-yin with some disdain. Her words had a hint of disdain. As a matter of fact, Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's legal wife. With Yang Ming's master and her father as the matchmaker, and with many celebrities from the upper class in Europe attending the engagement ceremony, she was the most qualified to call Yang Ming as her husband. Chun Ming-yin was suddenly speechless. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to dare to refute in this case. I'm Yang Ming's legal girlfriend. How can a mistress who cheated on me be so arrogant? Chun Ming-yin was so angry that she couldn't speak. You're still so confident? So what if I'm confident? I didn't do anything wrong. You like Yang Ming, so why can't others like him? Yang Ming belongs to your family? Wang Xiaoyan snorted and said with a cool face. Everyone knows that I'm Yang Ming's legal girlfriend. Chun Ming-yin was so angry. Legal girlfriend? You still have two at home. How do you count? Aren't Lin Jiyun and Zhou Jie Yang Ming's legal girlfriend? Wang Xiaoyan asked. This? Chun Ming-yin didn't know how to answer. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to be so eloquent. If she said no, wouldn't she offend Zhou Jie and Lin Jiyun? If she said yes, wouldn't it mean that what she said before was a joke? For a time, Chun Ming-yin was in a dilemma. Yin, don't say it. Zhao Ying felt that she was in the wrong at the moment. As a friend of Wang Xiaoyan, when she saw Chun Ming-yin was so angry, she suddenly felt bad, so she reminded Wang Xiaoyan. After all, Zhao Ying also felt that Chun Ming-yin was Yang Ming's legal girlfriend, and they were all sneaky and shady. At this time, they were caught by Chun Ming-yin, and the photos were taken. What else was there to dispute? Apologizing as soon as possible was the most important thing. Seeing Zhao Ying's appearance at the moment, Chun Ming-yin didn't doubt it. It seemed that the things in the photos were true. Until now, after these people saw the photos, no one refuted. What did this mean? It meant that they acquiesced to the content of the photos. Zhao Ying, you don't have to pretend to be a good person. You are simply too shameless. When Chun Ming-yin heard Zhao Ying persuading Wang Xiaoyan, she was even more annoyed. She used to treat Zhao Ying as a big sister. She told her worries, and she asked her more than once about the relationship between her and Yang Ming. But what about her? She denied every time. I even apologized to her because I misunderstood her and Yang Ming. Now it seemed that apologizing was simply a fool's behavior. She was actually having an affair with Yang Ming. I'm sorry, Ming-yin. Zhao Ying knew that she was in the wrong when Chun Ming-yin said this. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. Sorry? Oof. What's the use of sorry? Zhaoing, what I said before wasn't wrong. You are Vixen. You really don't feel ashamed. Chen Mingyan accused her angrily. Chen Mingyan wasn't a girl who liked to scold people. On the contrary, she didn't like the words vixen. But at this moment, she was extremely angry. She didn't care about her image. Her husband was going to be divided up by others. How could Chen Mingyan still maintain her rationality? For a long time, Chen Mingyan had been trying to change. For love, for Yang Ming, she kept catering to others. From a little girl who couldn't tolerate sand in her eyes, she became a tolerant hostess. For Yang Ming's mistakes again and again, Chen Mingyan had no choice but to forgive. Not only did she take the initiative to accept Zhou Jia and Lin Jiyun, but she also invited them to live together in the villa. Even before Yang Ming left, Chen Mingyan also invited Lan Ling and Suya to be guests. There were very few women who could be so magnanimous. It could be said that Chen Mingyan's change was obvious to all. But this time, what Yang Ming did, or what these women did, was a bit beyond Chen Mingyan's bottom line. 5 women were already quite a lot. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. 5 women plus Yang Ming could sing 2 plays. It was almost enough. But now, according to the number in the photo, there were more than 10 of them. What was going on? Even the ancient emperors weren't like this, right? Even if Yang Ming accompanied a girl every night, each person would only turn twice a month. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was really unhappy. Xiaoqing, I used to call you Sister Xiaoqing. I treated you as my sister, but what did you do? Chen Mingyan didn't want to talk to Zhao Ying anymore. She turned to look at Xiaoqing. You are Yang Ming's god-sister, and Yang Ming is your god-brother. But you too. Very good. You really became a god-sister and a god-brother. I just want to silently support Yang Ming. Xiaoqing hesitated and said truthfully, although I feel very guilty in my heart. What I said before is true. It comes from the bottom of my heart. I like Yang Ming. I love him, so I don't want to add more burdens and troubles to him. If this matter wasn't exposed today, maybe I wouldn't have publicized this matter in my life. Xiaoqing hesitated and said truthfully, although I feel very guilty in my heart. What I said before is true. It comes from the bottom of my heart. I like Yang Ming. I love him, so I don't want to add more burdens and troubles to him. Underground relationship? Shameless. Chen Mingyan snorted and said disdainfully. Chen Mingyan, pay attention to your words. Xiaoqing and Yang Ming are god-sisters, but you also know that they are god-sisters, not biological sisters. That means they have no relationship. Yang Ming isn't married, and Xiaoqing isn't married. Why can't they be together? Sun Jie couldn't stand it anymore. She wasn't a good person. Previously, she told Yang Ming that if Chen Mingyan dared to pick a fight, she wouldn't be polite. If Chen Mingyan didn't take the initiative to find trouble, then she wouldn't deal with Chen Mingyan. But now, Chen Mingyan continuously scolded her 2 good friends, Zhao Ying and Xiaoqing. She finally couldn't bear it anymore. You aren't a good person. It's not your turn to interrupt here. Chen Mingyan looked at Sun Jie coldly. You look like a sly fox. Most likely, you seduced Yang Ming first. Sun Jie was stepped on by Chen Mingyan, and she suddenly exploded. Chen Mingyan was right. If the original matter was seriously calculated, it was indeed Sun Jie who seduced Yang Ming first, and it wasn't Yang Ming who took the initiative to find her. If she didn't let Yang Ming pretend to be her boyfriend, how could there be the scene in the hotel room? Chapter 2042. Miss Chen Mingyan, please be clear about your position. You are just one of Yang Ming's girlfriends. Don't feel good about yourself and call yourself a real girlfriend. Among us, which one of us isn't a real girlfriend? Who is Sun Jie? She was originally a very strong woman. Although she was very docile in front of Yang Ming recently, it definitely didn't mean that she would be docile to others. She had long had the idea of replacing Chen Mingyan as the main wife. Sun Jie knew more about Yang Ming's affairs. The X-island in Africa was currently under construction. When the construction was completed, it was estimated that they would move there collectively. In Yang Ming's harem, there would inevitably be a harem master. Sun Jie felt that Chun Mingyan was obviously not suitable for this position, so she wanted to replace her. If she hadn't promised Yang Ming before that she wouldn't fight for it, Sun Jie would have already planned this matter. What kind of person was Sun Jie? She was a person who was more shrewd than a fox. So, Chun Mingyan wasn't wrong to call her a fox. What kind of a real girlfriend are you? Chun Mingyan was angry. This Sun Jie can really distort the facts. How did she become a real girlfriend? If I don't count, then what are you? Sun Jie's mouth twitched slightly. You want to be a real girlfriend, so you self-proclaimed, right? I don't want to see you. Chun Mingyan was almost crying. What kind of person is she? She doesn't have any sense of shame. She said this to me confidently here. Why doesn't she have the awareness of a mistress? I don't want to see you either. If you want to be a real girlfriend, then be it yourself. Let's go our own way. Don't interfere with each other. Let's rely on our own abilities. Sun Jie said faintly. Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying, Jing Xiaolu. There are people here who can't tolerate you. Why don't you go with me? Xiao Qing and Zhao Ying suddenly had some difficulties. They were good friends with Sun Jie, but because of Yang Ming, they didn't want to hurt Chun Mingyan. Go. We don't need you here. Chun Mingyan did not expect things to develop to this point. Since it was like this, then forget it. There was no need to talk about it. They could do whatever they wanted. Out of sight, out of mind. He asked you to leave. Why are you still not leaving? Sun Jie glanced at Zhao Ying, Xiao Qing, and Jing Xiaolu and said, Wang Xiaoyan and Victoria, right? Are you leaving or not? Of course I'm leaving. Wang Xiaoyan wouldn't spoil Chun Mingyan. As for Victoria, Wang Xiaoyan said, Victoria, listen to me. Go with me. Victoria initially recognized Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan as her masters. Now that Yang Ming was no longer around, she naturally followed Wang Xiaoyan's orders. If Wang Xiaoyan asked her to leave, she would naturally leave. Jiyun, haven't you always wanted to learn business from me? You go to Donghai with me and follow me in the future. This is also what Yang Ming told me when he left. He wants you to learn from me. You won't even listen to Yang Ming's words, right? Sun Jie looked at Lin Jiyun and asked, This? Lin Jiyun was suddenly in a dilemma. At this time, it was really difficult for her to make a choice. She didn't want to betray Chun Mingyan. Although Lin Jiyun stood aloof from worldly affairs, she wasn't stupid. At this time, she naturally knew that Sun Jie was dividing the forces around Chun Mingyan. If she left, then Chun Mingyan would only have Zhou Jiejie as her assistant. Sun Jie's side had an absolute advantage, so Lin Jiyun was in a dilemma. If what Sun Jie said was really Yang Ming's arrangement, then Lin Jiyun naturally had to listen. But what should Chun Mingyan do? Jiejie, don't you want to study computer experiments with Qing Qing? When are you going back to school? Yang Ming is gone. You should also move to school, right? Sun Jie looked at Zhou Jiejie and asked. Zhou Jiejie was stunned. Indeed, Yang Ming wanted to leave before, so she asked for leave from the school's laboratory to come back. Since Yang Ming was gone, she naturally had to go back to school to continue participating in the research. This was a new network protocol topic, which was what Zhou Jiejie yearned for and liked. If she gave up, Zhou Jiejie naturally wouldn't be reconciled. However, she also understood Sun Jie's meaning. She was the same as Lin Jiyun. She didn't know how to answer. Chun Mingyan looked at Sun Jie and was suddenly dumbfounded. This woman is so powerful and vicious. With just a few words, she divided my alliance. If even Zhou Jiejie and Lin Jiyun don't support me, then how can I fight with these people? Originally, Chun Mingyan was very calm. When she called these women, she was also very calm. She had a feeling that everything was under control. In fact, when Chun Mingyan just took out the photos for everyone, she did have this feeling. Looking at everyone's surprise, Chun Mingyan also felt that she could grasp the psychology of these people. But now, things were completely off track. Sun Jie had the attitude of setting up her own faction. You are shameless. Wang Xiaoyan, why did you take Chun Mingxi away? She was arranged by Yang Ming to protect me. She's also my sister. She has the same name as me. Chun Mingyan didn't have time to blame Chun Mingxi at this time. She had no one on her side. Naturally, she would fight for as many as she could. Originally, Chen Mingyin's purpose was very simple. She called these people and let them leave silently in guilt. But now, not to mention leaving, these people had set up their own factions. She was going to be alone soon. How could Chen Mingyin not be anxious? Why? I will do what I want to do. If you yell again, I will kill you. Wang Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but there was a dagger in her hand. It seemed that if Chen Mingyin said another word, she would end Chen Mingyin with a dagger. You dare! Chen Mingyin was shocked. She didn't expect Wang Xiaoyan to threaten her with a dagger. There is no such thing as daring or not. Wang Xiaoyan said faintly, maybe you don't know yet? I am an assassin. If I want to kill you, it's easy. Chen Mingyin wanted to cry. What kind of characters are Yang Ming and these women? Sun Jie is hard enough to deal with. And here is another who wants to kill people. What the hell is going on? Yin Yin, quickly put away the dagger. If Yang Ming sees you like this, he won't be happy. Zhao Ying was also shocked. She quickly dissuaded Wang Xiaoyan. If she yells like this, will Yang Ming be happy? Wang Xiaoyan said this, but she still put away the dagger. However, she opened a group of photos on a mobile phone and threw it in front of Chen Mingyin. Yang Ming and I are engaged. My father and Yang Ming's master are matchmakers. If you want to see who is the real one, who is qualified, it doesn't matter if you have the loudest voice. Chapter 2043. Although Chen Mingyin didn't want to believe it, she looked at the picture on the phone in her hand. Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming were standing on the stage, and there were many guests under the stage. This was a picture of the engagement banquet. Chen Mingyin didn't expect that the identity of this Wang Xiaoyan was so powerful. She was already engaged to Yang Ming. If I really want to be serious, then wouldn't I be a mistress? See the picture? You still say that you are the real one? Sun Jie appreciated Wang Xiaoyan more. She was a fierce character, so she had to rope her in. The most important point was that Wang Xiaoyan didn't show the intention of being the master of the harem. She just wanted to maintain her own position. Therefore, she became the target of Sun Jie's roping. I am the first one to establish a relationship with Yang Ming. Chen Mingyin didn't have the confidence to say this. That's not right? As far as I know, the first one to establish a relationship with Yang Ming was Suya. Even if this doesn't count, then the first one to confess should be Zhao Ying, right? Sun Jie was more familiar with Zhao Ying's affairs. She helped her to analyze and give ideas. The first one he had a relationship with was Sister Lin. This should count. Chen Mingyin was suddenly anxious. Oh, Sister Lin is also fine. Then you admit that you aren't the real one. And Lin Jiyun is? Sun Jie asked with a smile. Chen Mingyin was suddenly speechless. She said this in a hurry, just to argue with Sun Jie. But now, she calmed down and thought about it carefully. Wasn't Lin Jiyun roped in by Sun Jie? In this way, Sun Jie still has the advantage. Why? You don't want to say any more? Sun Jie looked at Chen Mingyin with a smile and asked sarcastically. All of you are bullying me. Chen Mingyin finally broke down. Her tears fell down like a waterfall. She felt so wronged and sad. What did I do wrong? I want to drive away the other women around Yang Ming. This is also a natural thing, right? Which wife wants her man to have other women? Moreover, Chen Mingyin felt that she was tolerant enough. She could accept Lin Jiyun, Zhou Jiejie, Suya, and Lan Ling. Isn't that enough? But now, it had become these people ganging up to bully him. Why? Why is it like this? Chen Mingyin cried. She cried very sadly. Her whole person collapsed. The previous thoughts of driving others away were gone. She was very afraid. She was afraid that if these people joined forces, she wouldn't even have the chance to see Yang Ming. Although Chen Mingyin was very confident in the past that Yang Ming would not give up on her, it was difficult for her to guarantee that Yang Ming would choose her in the face of so many women. Can Yang Ming give up on everyone and only choose me? Chen Mingyin's heart was very unconfident. If Yang Ming could give up, he would have given up on Lan Ling. He wouldn't have a conflict with me. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyin became more and more nervous and worried. So, She cried even more sadly. Chen Mingyan, to be honest, I am very disappointed with your performance today. In the past, Yang Ming always praised you in front of me. He said that you're the best candidate for the master of the harem. He told me how generous you are, how kind you are, and how you can tolerate others. But today, besides being jealous, you are also very fragile. Sun Jie looked at Chen Mingyan with a smile. She said word by word, "As an opponent, I really look down on you. You are defeated just like that? I, what else can I do? I am also very generous. I can accept Sister Lin and Jiajia, as well as Suya and Lanling. But your appearance is too sudden. I can't accept it. What is wrong with this? This is not my fault." Chen Mingyan listened to Sun Jie's words and cried even more sadly. Yes, you're not wrong. For a normal woman, when she suddenly knows that her man has so many women outside, her first thought is definitely not to accept it. Sun Jie nodded and said faintly, "However, you are different. As you said, you are Yang Ming's real girlfriend. You are too immature. When you encounter this kind of thing, your first reaction is to call us together for a confrontation. Is this meaningful? So what if we admit it? So what if we don't admit it? Things have already happened. You don't think about how to solve it, but how to drive us away. Do you think this is possible? Not to mention that Yang Ming is not here now. Even if Yang Ming is here, do you think that Yang Ming can do this kind of thing? I think you should know Yang Ming as well as I do, right?" Chen Mingyan listened to Sun Jie's words and was secretly shocked. This woman is so powerful. In just a few words, she hit my sore spot. However, it is the truth, so I can't find the words to refute. In my heart, I also accepted her statement. Now, Yang Ming has left. What you have to do is to let him have no worries, but you want to make a fire in the backyard. Have you ever thought about it? If the news of our falling out spread to Yang Ming's ears, will he still have the heart to perform the mission? Can he still be at ease? If something goes wrong when he is nervous, can you take responsibility? Sun Jie looked at Chen Mingyan and sternly lectured her. Chen Mingyan was shocked again. Yes, Yang Ming is gone. I am afraid that he is most worried about his family. If there is a problem at home, then Yang Ming will definitely not be at ease. In that case, isn't it equivalent to adding trouble to Yang Ming? Chen Mingyan, let me ask you, where did you get these photos? You didn't do it yourself, did you? After Sun Jie finished speaking, she shook her head and explained, "With your temper, if you took them yourself, I am afraid you wouldn't wait until now to take them out. You would have already confronted us. So if I guess correctly, these photos should have just been obtained by you. Am I right?" "Yes." Chen Mingyan didn't deny it and nodded. Sun Jie's words were right, so Chen Mingyan had no reason to refute. "Chen Mingyan, I said that you are immature. You are really immature. Have you ever thought about it? Who gave you these photos? Why did they give them to you? Why did they give them to you at this time?" Sun Jie asked a few questions in one breath. "Don't you think this is weird? You didn't think about anything. You first confronted us, questioned us, and found a way to drive us away. If I were you, the first thing I would do is to investigate the source of these photos and see who wants to target Yang Ming. Why did they take these photos and send them over? What is their purpose? But look at what you have done. Do you want to kill Yang Ming?" Chapter 2044. Chen Mingyan was suddenly awakened by Sun Jie's words. At this time, she thought of this extremely important problem. That's right. Who on earth sent these photos? What is his purpose for doing this? Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan's heart suddenly jumped. Yeah, I'm really too immature. While I consider the problem, I actually didn't consider it thoroughly. I'm really a fool. I actually made the same mistake twice. The first time was when Wang Jitao brought a stack of photos, and I believed it. As a result, because of this matter, I almost missed my marriage with Yang Ming. In the final analysis, this was Wang Jitao's conspiracy to deal with Yang Ming. But I was fooled, and it was the second time, and I was fooled again. Sun Jie was right. These photos, judging from the dates above, some of them were even taken almost a year ago. At that time, I just confirmed my relationship with Yang Ming, right? The person who sent the photos couldn't have seen these things by chance and just took a picture and sent it to me. This person obviously had a purpose. Thinking of this, Chun Mingyin suddenly had a cold sweat. I really almost ignored the most important thing. If Sun Jie didn't remind me, then I wouldn't have thought of this. If I had a conflict with Sun Jie indiscriminately, wouldn't that be the intention of the person who sent the photos? Sun Jie, I'm sorry. Chun Mingyin was a person who knew when to let go. After realizing her mistake, she no longer quibbled and pestered him endlessly. Instead, she directly admitted her mistake. I'm immature. I didn't think of the deeper meaning behind this. It seems that none of Yang Ming's women are just for show. Especially this Sun Jie. She is unparalleled in wisdom. She is 100 times better than me. Yang Ming has her by his side, so she's a good assistant. Now, Yang Ming wasn't at home, and someone was plotting something. If there wasn't a think tank like Sun Jie, it wouldn't work. At this moment, Chun Mingyin was also in a dilemma. After thinking about the pros and cons, Chun Mingyin stood up and took a deep breath. She solemnly bowed to Sun Jie and said, I'm sorry. I was reckless before. I hope Sister Sun Jie won't blame me. Although Chun Mingyin still didn't want to accept so many women from Yang Ming, Sun Jie's words also reminded her. Could Yang Ming give up? Absolutely impossible. With Yang Ming's character, he wouldn't give up on anyone. If he could give up earlier, he would have done so from the very beginning. Therefore, after Chun Mingyin calmed down, she also felt that it was impossible for her to chase these people away with her strength. Then, if she couldn't, she would accept it. She could only accept this path. Moreover, Sun Jie wasn't wrong. The person who sent the photo probably wanted to provoke some kind of trouble to make her quarrel with these women. Otherwise, Chun Mingyin really couldn't think of any other use for this photo. Sorry, Sister Ing, Sister Xiao Qing, Yin Yin, Xiao Lumengxi, please allow me to say sorry. After Chun Mingyin finished speaking to Sun Jie, she turned and spoke to the others. It's nothing, Wang Xiaoyan said faintly. As long as you don't interfere with me being with Yang Ming, I won't kill you. Chun Mingyin listened to Wang Xiaoyan's words and suddenly smiled bitterly. This Wang Xiaoyan is also a ruthless character. Mingyin, to be honest, now I'm looking at you seriously. Sun Jie smiled. As the most important woman around Yang Ming, you have to learn to be tolerant and loving. If you can't do it, then give up your position as soon as possible. I am happy to replace you. Believe that I will do a good job. I can do it now. Chun Mingyin was not to be outdone. Don't worry. I don't mean to fight with you for the time being. Now is not the time to fight. In the end, Yang Ming has the final say in this position, not us. Sun Jie said indifferently. If Yang Ming thinks highly of you, then I have no opinion. I love him, so I respect all his decisions. After listening to Sun Jie's words, Chun Mingyin suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. Yes, if I love him, I have to respect his decision. These women, no matter what, Yang Ming has decided on them. Then, Yang Ming has his own reasons. How can I drive him away? If I don't do well, I can give it to you in the future. When Chun Mingyin said this, she secretly gritted her teeth. I must not lose to Sun Jie. At this moment, Chun Mingyin matured a lot and completed a gorgeous transformation. This transformation was not on the surface, but in the heart. At this moment, she completely dropped her guard and jealousy. She regarded all the women present as a family. Sun Jie was right. Yang Ming was not here, so they should be more united. Sisters, I am sorry. I was stingy before. I apologize. We will be a family in the future. I hope that everyone will supervise me. When I do something wrong, you will mention it in time. Chun Mingyin said from the heart. If everyone thinks that I am not suitable, then I will give up the position of the real girlfriend. Well, I will let you be the girlfriend first. When I want to be, I will snatch it. Sun Jie waved her hand indifferently and smiled indifferently. She was a practical woman. These illusory titles were not very attractive to her. The status of the women around Yang Ming was determined by strength, not words. Whoever helped Yang Ming the most, Yang Ming would naturally rely on them more. Mingyin, in fact, I'm also wrong in this matter. Thank you for your tolerance. Zhao Ying naturally did not mean to fight for anything. At this time, seeing that Chun Mingyin changed her attitude, She was naturally relieved. Yeah, Mingyan, I said before. I don't want to fight for anything. I just want to silently support Yang Ming and stand behind him. Xiaoqing also smiled and said, don't worry. Little Jia just said it. She didn't want to snatch her real girlfriend. Xiaoqing secretly admired Sun Jia in her heart. She actually reversed the situation with just a few words. She made Chun Mingyan, who was originally screaming herself hoarse, have such a huge change. At this moment, Chun Mingyan seemed to be a lot more mature and sensible. Jing Xiaolu smiled and greeted Chun Mingyan. Sister Mingyan, you used to be my sister. Naturally, you are my sister now. Chun Mingxi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. I'm a slave bought by Yang Ming. My status naturally can't be compared to yours. Including Wang Xiaoyan, who had previously expressed her position. Now everyone had expressed their support for Chun Mingyan, the real girlfriend. It made Chun Mingyan sigh in relief. It turns out that the feeling of being respected is really good. Chapter 2045. Thank you, everyone. Chun Mingyan pursed her lips and smiled slightly. It turned out that learning to tolerate others was also a very happy thing. Well, if you want to buy people's hearts, we will talk about it later. Now, we should study the problem of this photo. Sun Jia waved her hand and interrupted Chun Mingyan. She was not polite to Chun Mingyan. At the beginning, Sun Jia did have the intention to compete with Chun Mingyan. Sun Jia also had this strength. There was no doubt about this. Sun Jia once said that she could force Chun Mingyan to run away from home with a few words. Previously, Chun Mingyan was already on the verge of collapse. She believed that as long as Sun Jia continued to pursue, Chun Mingyan was likely to be pushed away. However, Sun Jia did not do so. Because Sun Jia was an extremely smart woman, she knew that Yang Ming only had one real girlfriend. The person that Yang Ming liked was Chun Mingyan. Then, it didn't matter whether Chun Mingyan had the ability or not. As long as Yang Ming recognized it, it was enough. Sun Jia had also tested Yang Ming several times. After getting a positive answer from Yang Ming, Sun Jia had no intention to compete. Today's squeezing and reprimanding of Chun Mingyan was completely to train Chun Mingyan when Yang Ming wasn't there. Since Yang Ming had already identified Chun Mingyan's position, then Sun Jia didn't mind helping him to turn Chun Mingyan into a truly competent person. Of course, Sun Jia couldn't say these words to Chun Mingyan. It wouldn't have the same effect as before. Now, it seemed that the effect was very good. Chun Mingyan had begun to make changes. This made Sun Jia very gratified and happy. But on the surface, it couldn't be shown. She still had to continue to play the role of the villain and completely trained Chun Mingyan. Yes, Chun Mingyan didn't argue with Sun Jia at this time. Instead, she nodded in agreement and said, I received this express delivery this morning. Where's the packaging? Give it to me. Sun Jia hesitated and said, all right. Chun Mingyan handed the envelope of the express delivery to Sun Jia. Sun Jia immediately took out her mobile phone and scanned the barcode with the camera. Then she said, this express delivery was sent 20 days ago. This express delivery is really fast. Oh, 20 days ago? Chun Mingyan was stunned and said, at that time, Yang Ming hadn't left yet, right? Also, according to common sense, a normal express delivery, especially one from the same city, would take at most 1 or 2 days to arrive. But this express delivery is a little too long. And then, Sun Jia looked at Chun Mingyan with appreciation and asked, then, the sender of this express delivery is probably thinking that when Yang Ming is here, I'll have a conflict with you. Chun Mingyan hesitated and continued to analyze. What is the purpose of him doing this? Doing this can't cause substantial harm to Yang Ming. Yes, he wants to disturb Yang Ming's mood. Yes, Sun Jia nodded and said, if I guess correctly, the purpose of this person is not to hurt Yang Ming, but to disturb Yang Ming and let Yang Ming leave with regrets. When performing the mission, he may be distracted and can't concentrate. After all, Yang Ming is worried about his family. How can he perform the mission with peace of mind? Sun Jia had already guessed this. When she saw the time when the express delivery was sent, she realized this point. Letting Chun Ming-yin say it was nothing more than training her ability, but also to establish her position in everyone's heart. Sun Jie had put in a lot of effort. Fortunately, this mail was sent only now. I have to thank this lazy dispatcher. It took him so many days to send the mail. Chun Ming-yin said with a lingering fear in her heart as she secretly thanked her lucky stars. It's okay to send it in advance. This person underestimated Yang Ming's ability. Sun Jie shook her head disdainfully. Now, even if Yang Ming is not here, we can get along well. If Yang Ming is here, I am afraid it will be easier to settle. Although Sun Jie said this, she was actually giving face to Yang Ming. In fact, she also knew that if Yang Ming was at home, things would be more complicated. At the very least, Sun Jie couldn't say some words in front of Yang Ming, and it was impossible to force Chun Ming-yin to such a point where she had to make a choice. If Yang Ming was here, Sun Jie believed that in the end, Yang Ming would be able to get Chun Ming-yin's understanding and make her happy, but this process would definitely not be short. After all, Chun Ming-yin's heart was not so easy to untie. But now the situation was different. Chun Ming-yin didn't have Yang Ming to rely on. She was suddenly squeezed to the bottom of the valley. If she didn't make a choice, she would be excluded by everyone. So some unnecessary trouble was avoided. But who is this person? Why is he targeting Yang Ming? Chun Ming-yin asked with some doubts. Ming-yin, maybe you still don't know? Yang Ming's mission this time is extremely dangerous. And he didn't tell you the truth because he didn't want you to worry. Sun Jie didn't hide it from Chun Ming-yin. Now that they were sisters on the same front, there was nothing to hide. Only by letting Chun Ming-yin know the situation, then everyone could think of a solution together. He said that his mission isn't dangerous. It's just a battle of attrition. Chun Ming-yin wasn't stupid. As she spoke until here, she suddenly realized something. A battle of attrition. It turns out that Yang Ming was afraid that he couldn't come back, so he lied to us that the mission time was very long. That's right. Sun Jie nodded. You were immature before. Yang Ming was also afraid that you would do something irrational, so he didn't tell you the truth. But fortunately, now that you have grown up, there are some things that you can know. Yang Ming's mission this time can be said to be a narrow escape. He didn't have any confidence. Chun Ming-yin, Zhou Jiejia, and Lin Jiyun suddenly became nervous. Among them, except for the three of them, the others had already known, so at this time, they didn't show any inappropriate behavior. I believe you know how powerful Yang Ming's skills are. Yang Ming said that he didn't have confidence. You can think about the danger yourself. Sun Jie said, Yin knows Yang Ming's skills the best, right? You tell Ming-yin how powerful Yang Ming is. Yang Ming is the king of assassins. Wang Xiaoyan didn't compete. When others accepted her, she also tried to accept others. They were all Yang Ming's women. It wasn't good to have a bad relationship, so Wang Xiaoyan continued, I have carried out many dangerous missions with Yang Ming. We have been through a lot of bullets. I know how powerful Yang Ming is. It can be said that in the past, no matter what he did, he had absolute confidence. But this time, he didn't. Chapter 2046. That Yang Ming. Why didn't he tell me before? Chun Ming-yin's face suddenly became pale. She thought that Yang Ming's mission was only time-consuming. According to Yang Ming, it might take 10 or 20 years. However, Chun Ming-yin thought that even if it was 10 or 20 years, she could still wait. At that time, she was only 40 years old. It was not unusual for her to get married and have children late. However, what she didn't expect was that Yang Ming actually lied to her. Yang Ming's mission was not time-consuming, but extremely dangerous. He didn't tell you because he was afraid that you would be worried because the person he loves the most is you. As Sun Jie said this, she couldn't help but be jealous. However, you are also not mature. Yang Ming was afraid that after he finished talking to you, you wouldn't let him go. If he had to go, wouldn't he be distracted? Wouldn't he be able to concentrate on the mission? So, you could just treat it as a white lie. Chun Ming-yin was silent. Sun Jie was right. With her character, if she knew the truth, she would not let Yang Ming go. However, with Yang Ming's character, it was impossible for her to stop him. No, I won't do it this time. Chen Mingyan shook her head. I have grown up, so this is also the reason why I told you. If it weren't because you have matured a lot today, I wouldn't have told you these words. I would have kept you in the dark and be a happy little girl, said Sun Jia. Sister Sun Jia, then what should we do now? Chen Mingyan nodded and asked. First of all, analyze the purpose of this sender, but now the purpose is almost obvious. He just wants to use this method to divide us and let us quarrel to affect Yang Ming's mood. He wants to make Yang Ming unhappy so that it will affect his mental state when performing the mission, Sun Jie said, but what puzzles me is that Yang Ming's mission should have been issued recently, right? Before this. Yang Ming didn't even know of the existence of this mission. As for these photos, the earliest one is almost a year old. A year ago, Yang Ming had yet to join the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This person who wants to deal with Yang Ming has been plotting since a year ago. Sun Jie immediately saw the key point of the problem and pointed out the important doubts in it. So, this person had started a plan before. Maybe it wasn't for this matter. He was just plotting some possible means to deal with Yang Ming. And this time, for Yang Ming's mission, he just happened to throw out this suitable strategy. Chen Mingyan wasn't stupid. After Sun Jie pointed it out, she followed up. Not bad. Mingyan, you can think of this. Sun Jie nodded with satisfaction. You're right. Since this person started a plan so early, this may not be the only means in his hands. Perhaps he has other tricks to deal with Yang Ming or us. This person is very dangerous. It would be best if we can find him, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Why? I can ask my father for help. Chen Mingyan was a little anxious when she heard it. Since this person is so dangerous, and he still has means that haven't been used, then this person may also deal with Yang Ming. How can I sit back and do nothing? I know Yang Ming's skill, and I'm also very clear about my own skill. If he can take these photos without Yang Ming and me noticing, then how good is his skill? Wang Xiaoyan spoke at this moment. Since everyone didn't fight for Yang Ming, then Wang Xiaoyan didn't mind cooperating with everyone. She wasn't a person who liked to fight for power and profit. She just wanted her own position. Since she had her own position, other things didn't matter. Sister Yinyan is right. This person is really too dangerous. A person who can't be detected by Yang Ming. How terrifying is his skill? Sun Jie said. How good is this person's Qinggong? At the very least, it isn't worse than Yang Ming. Then what should we do? After Chen Mingyan listened to Sun Jie's words, her eyes were full of deep worry. Only at this moment, everyone's heart slowly connected together. They abandoned jealousy and dissatisfaction. Everything was for Yang Ming. Inform Yang Ming's colleague, Fatty, and let the Supernatural Investigation Bureau investigate. This is the only way. I hope they can have a result. Sun Jie sighed and said, she didn't have any way. I know Yang Ming's master. I will go to him and ask if he has a way. Wang Xiaoyan also said, oh, you know Yang Ming's master? Sun Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, Yang Ming and I are both assassins. As I said before, our engagement was hosted by his master and my father. Wang Xiaoyan explained. Yes, I almost forgot about this. This is great. With the help of Yang Ming's master, then everything won't be a problem. Sun Jie said, in this case, I suggest that at this time, if everyone has nothing to do, let's move in together first. This way, we can make better plans and prevent people from dealing with us one by one. Although Sun Jie's proposal had her reasons, she didn't say the more important reason. That was, she wanted to give Yang Ming a very united harem after Yang Ming came back, so that Yang Ming wouldn't have any worries and worries. As for the danger, Sun Jie believed in Yang Ming, this little man. After seeing Yang Ming's power, Sun Jie believed that no matter how difficult it was, Yang Ming could get through it safely. Sister Sun Jie is right. Everyone should live together so that we can make plans for each other. Although Chen Mingyan also guessed Sun Jie's intention, she wasn't a stingy person. Since she had decided to accept it, she would do it thoroughly and be generous. She could also gain everyone's favor. Since Sun Jie and Chun Mingyan agreed, then the others naturally had nothing to say. They were ready to go back to pack up and move to Yang Ming's villa. Wang Xiaoyan went to find Fang Tian. At the same time, Yang Ming and his group had arrived at a small town near Miaojiang. There were no trains or planes here, so they could only drive there. Yang Ming, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, and Xiao Susu took an off-road vehicle and stopped at the door of a hotel. Tonight, they would be stationed here. When they woke up the next day, they would inquire about the nearby area. In the vast Miaojiang, it was not easy to find a trace of Elder Yu. However, what Yang Ming and the others didn't expect was that they were targeted when they just arrived at the hotel in this town. Chapter 2047. This was the only way to get to Miaojiang. This town was the only place to stay. Whether Yang Ming and the rest went there secretly or appeared in public, the result was the same. This was not a tourist spot, so there were not many foreigners. So, Yang Ming and the rest could be seen by people who were interested, whether it was public or not. After Yang Ming and the rest entered the hotel, a few ordinary-looking women, who looked like housewives in the village, took out their phones, played with the photos in their hands, and dialed a number. "We have found them. They are staying in a hotel in the center of the town," said the woman. The woman on the other side of the phone said something, and she suddenly nodded with a smile. In a dense jungle in Miaojiang, an evil-looking old man was sitting in an armchair with a gloomy face at the moment. Listening to the report of his subordinates, he frowned and said, "Why are they here so soon? Didn't an insider say that they have to train for at least a month in the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? How many days has it been?" "Elder Yu, I'm not sure. But the news from Falcon may not be accurate. I think that he is really unreliable. He can't even delay Yang Ming for a day. He is a piece of trash," said the underling in black. "Umph. My Gene Gang Divine Voodoo is at the critical stage of cultivation research. Once I have mastered it and consumed the Gene Gang Divine Voodoo, I will be invincible," Elder Yu said with a serious face. "No matter what, we can't let Yang Ming come to us now. I am not afraid of him, but this kid can't do anything right. If he disturbs my training, it will ruin everything. I have already discussed with the people of Mutated Miao Village. They will help to stop Yang Ming and the rest," said the underling in black. "But they want some benefits. Ungrateful people who want to take advantage of the situation. I have given them many benefits before. Now that they're doing this little thing, they are asking for benefits?" The right-hand elder sneered unhappily and said, "If the people from Blue Miao Village weren't targeting us, our people would have gone out to snipe Yang Ming directly. Why would we need them?" "That's right. However, the people from the Mutated Miao Village must have known this as well. That's why they demanded so much from us," said the man in black. "Forget it. Just satisfy their request." "What request do they want this time?" Elder Yu asked. "They want the complete collection of Blue Miao Village's voodoo art," said the subordinate in black. "What? You really dare to open your mouth?" When Elder Yu heard the words of the black-shirt subordinate, he was stunned. Then he laughed angrily. "Not to mention that I haven't seen the entire collection of voodoo. Even if I have, I can't give it to them." Yes, this subordinate refused at that time. However, they said that they could change the conditions, but they wanted to talk to you personally. The black-clothed subordinate said, "Let him come. I want to see what conditions they want." Elder Yu nodded and said, "Yes." The subordinate in black turned around and left. Not long after, he brought in an old man who looked a little wretched. This person was the chief of the Mutated Miao Village, Kulai Man. "Greetings, Elder Yu." When this wretched old man saw Elder Yu, he walked over with a face full of smiles and greeted him respectfully. "Umph. Kulai Man, you become arrogant these few years, haven't you? You're getting more and more arrogant, aren't you? You want the complete collection of voodoo." Elder Yu looked at Kulai Man in front of him. The more he looked at him, the angrier he got. In the past, this insignificant person was like an ant. Now he was standing in front of him and talking about conditions. In the past, Elder Yu would not even spare a glance at this kind of person. He would even find it troublesome to kill him. However, this kind of person was able to survive in the cracks. While Blue Meow Village was having internal strife, things had developed rapidly. In the past few years, Elder Yu and Blue Meow Village had split up and started an all-out war with Blue Meow Village. Both sides had suffered heavy losses and did not have the time to care about other things. Because of this, the originally small, mutated Meow Village had become a new force to be reckoned with. In the blink of an eye, it had become the second largest Meow Village in this area. Hee. Elder, you must be joking. Everyone has the heart to improve, right? I'm the same. There's no harm in wanting to learn more, right? Cool Eye Man smiled and ignored Elder Yu's mockery. Our mutated Meow Village has had a hard time developing in the past few years. It's time for us to recuperate. Aren't you making things difficult for us by asking us to deal with those special agents from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau? We'll definitely have to pay a huge price. If there are no benefits, I believe no one will do this kind of thing, right? It's just a few people. There's only a total of 5 people. You can easily deal with them. How dare you ask for such a huge benefit from me? Elder Yu is obviously very angry. The people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, are all experts. You can't expect us to do this for free, right? Cool Eye Man said, how about this? I'll help you stall them this time. Of course, it'll be best if we can kill them. However, after this, once you succeed and become the largest village leader in Miaojiang, you must protect our mutated Meow Village and make it the second largest village. My request isn't too much, right? We're the second largest Meow Village now. To put it bluntly, if you continue to fight with Blue Meow Village, it's hard to say if we'll become the first in a few years. Being the first is only temporary. You guys lack too much foundation. Elder Yu smiled disdainfully. I can agree to your request and let you become the second largest village after me. However, it's up to you guys whether you can maintain it or not. Of course, but we'll need Elder Yu to take care of us when the time comes. Cool Eye Man nodded and said, of course, there's no problem if we can take care of you. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Yang Ming and the others have already arrived at a nearby town and are staying in the town center hotel. It'll be best if your people can intercept them there. Elder Yu waved his hand impatiently and said, no problem, I'll do my best. After Cool Eye Man got a satisfactory answer from Elder Yu, he left Elder Yu's room and went back to arrange the manpower. After Cool Eye Man left, the subordinate in black walked into Elder Yu's room again. Elder Yu, did he agree? He agreed, but I don't know if he can intercept Yang Ming. No matter what, let him be the cannon fodder. A small village that has just been established wants to become the second largest village? Is it possible? Brainless guy. Elder Yu smiled disdainfully. We should also move to another location. It's not safe here. Chapter 2048. Change the location? The black-shirt subordinate was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Elder Yu meant. Don't underestimate this kid, Yang Ming. How many good things has this guy ruined for me? Elder Yu said, if Ku Layman is caught by Yang Ming and asks where I am, it won't be good if he comes to make trouble. That's true. The black-shirt subordinate nodded and said, Elder Yu is very thoughtful. Yang Ming and the other 4 people stayed in the hotel in the center of the town. The conditions here were not very good, but this was the only hotel in the town. There was no second one. This was not a tourist spot, so the business of the hotel was naturally not very good. Most of the people who came to this hotel were local young men and women. There were very few unfamiliar guests. Boss, if we appear here blatantly, will Elder Yu's informant see us? Lu Yezi asked hesitantly. Naturally, we will be seen. Yang Ming said, but even if you don't come here blatantly, Elder Yu will still know. Oh, Lu Yezi was stunned, and then he understood Yang Ming's words. That's right. Our actions are not a secret. Since Little Wang can sneak into the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, then the whereabouts of our group will not be a secret. Yes, the most important thing is that we have to pass through this town to go to Miaojiang. This town is a place we have to pass through. There are basically no outsiders here, so our appearance, whether it is public or not, will be seen by others. So, Elder, you will always know. In that case, it doesn't matter what we do. Yang Ming nodded and said, Boss, then what should we do next? Since Elder Yu knows of our arrival, then he will definitely make preparations to deal with it. What should we do? Lu Yezi said with some worry. I'm afraid that the enemy will come before we reach Miaojiang. What's the use of worrying? Yang Ming smiled and said, Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. This has been the truth since ancient times. Since we are already here, we can't escape, right? We can't escape. We have to make an action plan, right? Lu Yezi asked. No. However, Yang Ming said indifferently, this mission is different from the past. It's completely adaptable. Even if we come up with something now, it's just an armchair strategy. There's no practical use. I agree with Captain. This mission is not simple. I'm sure that the enemy will use Gu techniques against us. That's why our previous battle strategies are useless. If we see someone, we can kill them in close range. But if we don't see them, we can still be hit. Feng Tianlong nodded in agreement. Yes, if the other party really fights with us, we are not afraid. What we are afraid of is that they will use Gu. Xia Shui also echoed. This is also our weakness. I can solve the simple voodoo, but I can't do anything about the more difficult ones. Xiao Susu smiled bitterly. But thinking about it, the voodoo technique used to deal with us shouldn't be simple. Be careful. Don't eat things that you shouldn't eat. Don't drink water, but the voodoo in the air is impossible to guard against. Yang Ming sighed and took out a small box from his pocket. Since we are here, some things will be distributed to you. We are about to enter Miaojiang. Everyone should be careful. This is... Xiao Susu asked with some doubts when she saw the small box in Yang Ming's hand. This is a type of pill called the Gu Dispelling Pill. A friend of mine concocted it for me before I left. Due to time constraints, I only managed to refine 30 pills. 6 pills for each person, just enough for everyone. Yang Ming opened the box and explained, this kind of Gu antidote pill can deal with general voodoo. As long as it's not too powerful, it can be cured. But if it's the more powerful kind of voodoo, there's no way. Oh, there's such a good thing? Xiao Susu's eyes suddenly lit up. The general voodoo is very powerful. The particularly powerful voodoo is also a secret in some Miao villages in Miaojiang. Only the village master, the elders, and some direct disciples know about it. The others don't know about it. It's a good thing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. If Elder Yu dealt with us personally, it is estimated that this thing would be as useless as jelly beans. This was the voodoo antidote that Yang Ming asked Zhang Jishan to refine for him before he left. This kind of universal voodoo antidote could only solve some of the more common voodoo. For the powerful kind, although Zhang Jishan also knew how to solve it, he couldn't refine a universal antidote. He couldn't blindly refine a lot of antidotes without any specific purpose, right? Not to mention the problem of insufficient materials. Even if he could refine it, the time was too late. It's better than nothing. Xiao Susu was still very happy. Before I left, I had been thinking about refining some of the antidotes, but my skills were not good enough. I didn't expect the captain to have solved it. That's right. Otherwise, how can he be our boss? Lu Yezi also felt that Yang Ming was very powerful. Yang Ming just smiled and distributed the antidote to everyone. Then he said, if the situation is not right, quickly take it. We will enter Miaojiang early tomorrow morning. Today, everyone should rest early. I guess that in the town, Elder Yu's people won't make a move. After all, this is not their territory. Everyone nodded and went back to their rooms to rest. Yang Ming sighed slightly. He didn't know what was going on at home. Since he came out, Yang Ming had changed his mobile phone and never contacted home again. Chen Mingyan and the others, do they miss me? I hope this mission can be completed smoothly. However, Yang Ming didn't cut off contact with Lan Ling. This was also mentioned to Xia Bingbao. Xia Bingbao also agreed that Yang Ming and Lan Ling would keep in touch. After all, in Miaojiang, no one could help Yang Ming as much as Lan Ling. Lan Ling was originally from Miaojiang, and she was also the granddaughter of the chief of Lan Miao village. If she was willing to help Yang Ming, it would naturally be best. So, after Yang Ming arrived here, he sent a text message to Lan Ling, telling her that he had arrived. Yang Ming was not worried that Elder Yu would use any technological means to intercept the text message between him and Lan Ling. Not to mention that his phone was the latest encrypted phone developed by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Even if it was an ordinary phone, Elder Yu's technological means were lacking. If the behind-the-scenes boss would do it, Yang Ming would still believe it. Soon, Lan Ling replied with a text message to Yang Ming. Chapter 2049. Have you arrived? Call me back. There's important news. Lan Ling's message was very short. Obviously, there was something that couldn't be explained in a few words, so she asked Yang Ming to reply. Yang Ming didn't say anything and dialed Lan Ling's phone number. On Lan Ling's side, the call was quickly connected. Ling Ling, it's me. I've arrived. I'm in the town closest to Miaojiang, but I reckon that Elder Yu's spy must have found us. Yang Ming said, there are very few tourists from other places here. Even if we want to hide it, there's no way. That's true, but you're right. Elder Yu didn't know about your arrival, and he also arranged the next step. Lan Ling said, I asked you to reply this time because I want to tell you about this. You know about this too? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. Yes, don't doubt the accuracy of the news. We also have spies around Elder Yu. We have been fighting for so long, so we have spies around each other. You should know about this, right? Lan Ling said solemnly. This time, Elder Yu didn't deal with you personally, but found another person from the Miao village to deal with you. Elder Yu is at a critical moment in his cultivation, so he can't be disturbed. His underlings are restrained by our Blue Miao village, so he doesn't have the energy to deal with you. Now, he asked the Miao village to help him deal with you. In fact, it's just a delay time. He doesn't want to achieve anything, but he wants to not make any mistakes. As long as he successfully delayed you and bought time for him to master his martial arts, he will deal with you in our Blue Miao village. However, although our people have infiltrated Elder Yu's group, we still haven't determined Elder Yu's specific residence. Because Elder Yu's residence is only known by a few of his trusted underlings, our people can't get to this level. Similarly, Elder Yu's people can't get close to me and my grandmother. We only have reliable, trusted underlings around us. Yang Ming nodded. Lan Ling's words were right. These spies generally wouldn't reach a high level. Lan Ling's trusted underlings must have been with her grandmother for a long time. It was impossible for newcomers to be put in an important position. Another Hmong village? Elder Yu's influence is already so big. Yang Ming was taken aback and asked. This Miao village is currently the second largest village in Miaojiang. It is also because of the internal strife in our Blue Miao village that they rose rapidly. Although they are huge, they don't have a strong foundation. Hence, I reckon that they are cooperating with Elder Yu. Once Elder Yu takes back Blue Miao village and gains control of it, he will take care of and help that Miao village. Lan Ling could see clearly and immediately guess the deal between Elder Yu and Ku Layman. I see. Are the people from the Hmong village powerful? Yang Ming nodded and asked. It's not that powerful. The Guards are just ordinary Guards. They don't have powerful high priests and elders. They can't create powerful goo poisons. So, as long as you are careful, there won't be a problem. Lan Ling said, the antidote pill that Zhang Jishin created for you should be enough to deal with this. That's good. Yang Ming let out a sigh of relief. If you can control this abnormal Miao village's village chief, Ku Layman, and get the specific location of Elder Yu's residence from him, then we can work together to attack Elder Yu. If the arrangement is right, there should be a chance to eliminate him. Lan Ling said, this is also the reason why I called you in a hurry. If we deal with Elder Yu before he completes his divine art, it will be easier. Otherwise, it will be too difficult for us to deal with him after he completes his divine art. Once his Jin Gang sinister voodoo is completed, he will become an invulnerable monster. All right, I'll try my best. Yang Ming didn't dare to be too confident because he didn't have any advantage here. He also didn't know if Ku Layman, who Lan Ling mentioned, would come personally. Hence, everything was still unknown. Yang Ming could only try his best. Just try your best. But don't force yourself if you really can't do it. I don't want anything to happen to you. Lan Ling said this and couldn't help but lower her voice. Do you hear me? And Yang Ming smiled. Lan Ling probably had other people around her. Lan Ling was now representing the interests of Lan Miao Village. She couldn't let these words be heard by others. After hanging up the phone call with Lan Ling, Yang Ming couldn't help but think. Previously, his plan was to sneak into the dense forest of Miaojiang early in the morning to look for Elder Yu's traces. But now Yang Ming changed his mind. Lan Ling's news could be said to be great news. With the participation of the abnormal Miao Village's village chief, Ku Layman, this matter was much simpler than before. Finding Elder Yu might be difficult, but finding Ku Layman was much easier than finding Elder Yu. Of course, this so-called simple was only relative. In this unfamiliar place, Yang Ming couldn't say that he had any confidence. It was only relatively easier. If he stayed in the small town and didn't leave, would Ku Layman come to deal with him? Lan Ling also said that the purpose of Ku Layman dealing with him was to delay his time, not to destroy him. So, if he stayed in the small town and didn't leave, it would be just what Elder Yu and Ku Layman wanted. So this trick obviously wouldn't work. So, how could he lure Ku Layman to deal with him personally? This was a difficult problem. Yang Ming decided to discuss with Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui. After all, there was strength in numbers. As the saying goes, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang. Soon, everyone gathered in Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming also told him the latest news he got from Lan Ling and discussed the plan to deal with Ku Layman with him. While Yang Ming was discussing how to deal with Ku Layman was discussing how to deal with Yang Ming. Leader Ku, the opponent, is just a normal person. Is there a need to discuss? Just send a few people over and put some voodoo in them. Wouldn't it be fine if they stay in the forest forever? One of the confidants suggested disdainfully. Idiot! Leader Ku snorted and said, if it's that simple, why doesn't Elder Yu do it himself? His subordinates are held back by the Blue Miao Village. He doesn't have any extra people. The confidant said carefully. Bullshit. No extra people? If it's really as easy as you said, a few of Elder Yu's subordinates will be able to handle it. Elder Yu has a lot of talents around him. Even if Blue Miao Village is suppressing his strength, it's impossible that he can't even use a few of his subordinates, right? Stockade Leader Ku glared at his trusted subordinate and said unhappily. Chapter 2050. Fort Leader Ku was very depressed in his heart. Sure enough, it was like what Elder Yu said. Their foundation was not good enough. He did not even have a decent military advisor around him. All he had was a bunch of useless people. Although they were all his trusted subordinates, they were not as good as him. Other than coming up with some stupid ideas and suggestions, they did not know how to do anything else. His subordinate was at a loss for words. Are they really that powerful? Of course. Do you think Elder Yu is an idiot? He asked us to deal with a few insignificant people, and he gave us such a huge reward. Leader Ku sneered and said, if we really think that we can just send a few people to stall them, then we are really arrogant. You are so wise. Hearing Fort Leader Ku's words, the subordinate broke out in cold sweat. Thinking about what Fort Leader Ku said, it was indeed very reasonable. If it was really so easy, why didn't Elder Yu do it himself? Even if he was at a critical stage in his cultivation, it would not stop him from sending a few subordinates out. Humph! I don't think Elder Yu has any good intentions. Leader Ku said, I think he wants to use us as cannon fodder to preserve his own strength. Master, then do we still need to help Elder Yu? The trusted subordinate asked worriedly. Help! We have to help him. Leader Ku said, there is no other way. Even if we know that he wants to use us as cannon fodder, we still have to help him. After all, Elder Yu is the most powerful person in this area. If we want to continue mingling here, it is impossible without the support of Elder Yu. Even if we're now the second largest Miao village, once Elder Yu gets control of Blue Miao Village, it will be easy for him to destroy us. We will not have any chance to fight back. We have developed a lot in the past few years, and we have so many people. We can't be so weak. His subordinate asked hesitantly. Humph. They are just a bunch of useless people, just like you. As my subordinate, look at your brain. Do you even have any IQ? With your level, any of Elder Yu's subordinates can kill you easily. Fort Leader Ku snorted and said, Moreover, the level of our venomous witchcraft is much lower than theirs. With just our strength alone, it is impossible for us to fight against them. But, as Fort Master said, we can't do it either way. What should we do then? His trusted subordinate asked. The only way is to listen to Elder Yu and be his lackey. That way, once Elder Yu becomes the owner of Blue Meow Village, he can guide and help us. He can let us play the role of his lackey and allow us to develop further. Stockade Leader Ku sighed and said, That's why I've said so much to tell you that we don't have a choice. This time, we can only succeed. Once we fail, Elder Yu will feel that we're worthless and will not take care of us in the future. Then, Leader Ku, do you mean that we should send out our elite warriors? Asked the subordinate. Yes. Not only must we send our elite warriors, but they must be the best of the best. I will personally lead them. In our mutated Meow Village, only I know some high-level venomous witchcraft and can use it successfully. Other than that, the rest of us are not good enough. Fort Leader Ku said, From now on, keep a close eye on Yang Ming and his men. Once they enter the Meow Village's forest, we will be ready to strike. Yes, his trusted subordinate quickly replied. He might not be able to do other things, but when it came to monitoring people, he could at least do it. With so many spies, it would be a piece of cake for him to monitor Yang Ming and his men. On the other side, Yang Ming was still fretting about how to capture Ku Layman. He did not expect that Ku Layman would take the initiative to lead a team to deal with Yang Ming. Sometimes, things were so coincidental. While one side was fretting, the other side would solve the problem for you. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, Xiao Susu, and Xia Shui could not figure it out. After all, they had just arrived in Meow Village, and they were the kind of people who did not know anything about the mutated Meow Village's habits and strength. If they wanted to lure Fort Leader Ku out directly, they would not know where to start. Looks like we can only rely on luck. Yang Ming sighed and said, How about this? Tomorrow morning, we will enter the Meow Village's forest. We cannot give our opponents too much time to plan. The more they plan, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Only when we are unprepared can Ku Layman personally lead a team to deal with us. You are right. Then we'll go back and rest. Same old plan, Lu Yezi said, and the others nodded in agreement. Early the next morning, Yang Ming took the four of them into the Miaojiang jungle. Ku Layman's confidant, who had arranged an informant in the town, also told the news to Ku Layman immediately. Indeed, Ku Layman was preparing a voodoo poison to deal with Yang Ming. After all, many voodoo poisons had a time limit. It was impossible to leave them there without using them. Such a powerful voodoo poison was even more so. If there was nothing wrong, Fort Leader Ku would not leave them there without using them. However, before he finished, his confidant reported that Yang Ming had entered the Meow Village's forest. Why are they so fast? Ku Layman frowned. Why don't they rest for 2 days and check out the situation first? Who knows? They entered the Meow Village's forest early in the morning. Fort Leader, what should we do? Should we move out now? His confidant asked anxiously. Not yet. The voodoo poison has not been prepared. I can't go yet. How about this? Find a few people and test their strength first, especially that Yang Ming. I heard that his girl is Lan Ling from Blue Meow Village. This kid might have some ability. Let's see how strong he is first. Yes. The trusted subordinate nodded and went out to make the arrangements. The thing that the mutated Meow Village lacked the least was manpower. Moreover, many of these subordinates were arrogant. These years, the Blue Meow Village had internal strife and could not even fend for themselves. Hence, the mutated Meow Village developed very quickly and became the second largest Meow Village in Miaojiang. Hence, these people were very impetuous in their hearts. They thought that they were very powerful and were not afraid of anything. They did not even need to listen to the advice of their subordinates. Many of them stood up and volunteered to teach Yang Ming a lesson. Looking at these ignorant and fearless subordinates, the confidant felt a little sad. However, he did not expect that he was also arrogant before. If not for fort leader's advice, even he would think that Yang Ming was easy to deal with. Chapter 2051. Huashang District, inside Yang Ming's villa. After Chen Mingyan's proposal, Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying, Wang Xiaoyan, Jing Xiaolu, and Victoria also moved in. Anyway, the villa was the largest one, and there were a lot of rooms. Even if everyone had a room, it was enough. Besides, everyone didn't want to live by themselves, so they merged their rooms and lived together. When Yang Ming bought this villa, did he have the same idea? Did he expect that we would move in together? So he bought the biggest one? Sun Jie sat in the living room and looked at the huge living room. There was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Who knows? Chen Mingyan shrugged. Now that I think about it, it should be like this. This guy is really too much. Why didn't he tell me earlier? I almost made a big joke out of myself. Chen Mingyan was a little upset that Yang Ming didn't confess to her before he went to perform the mission. At least let me be mentally prepared. This is great. It was the enemy who sent the photos to my house. Only then did I know about Yang Ming's romantic affairs. However, Chen Mingyan was also very grateful to Sun Jie. If it weren't for her, she might have lost her mind and fallen out with everyone. In that case, she would have fallen into the enemy's trap and let his plan succeed. I don't know if Yin Yin has found Yang Ming's master. How is it going? Xiao Qing said, with some concern. There should be no problem. She hasn't come back after so long. She must have met Yang Ming's master. Zhao Ying and Wang Xiaoyan had the best relationship. Naturally, she knew Wang Xiaoyan's character. She was straightforward. If she hadn't met Yang Ming's master, she would definitely go home directly. Yes, but I've already told my father. He said that he will discuss with the people from the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to investigate this express delivery, Chen Mingyan said. Right, Sister Xiao Qing. Last time, Yang Ming gave us to help decrypt the mobile phone. Would it be the same group of people who want to deal with Yang Ming this time? Zhou Jie suddenly thought of the phone that Yang Ming wanted to decrypt last time. That group of people was also targeting Yang Ming. Now that he thought about it, these people were all active around Songjiang City. Could they be the same group? Oh, if that's the case, it's really possible. Xiao Qing nodded and said, that phone is more difficult to crack. I haven't touched it yet, and Yang Ming isn't particularly anxious, so I put it aside for the time being. Now, it seemed to be very important. In that case, I'll invite some experts over tomorrow to discuss how to crack that phone. I hope we can find some clues from it. Okay, I'll participate and see if I can help, said Zhou Jie. Everyone was right. Wang Xiaoyan immediately found Yang Ming's master, Fang Tian. Fang Tian's residence wasn't confidential. Wang Xiaoyan had always known about it. Fang Tian had now washed his hands and was living a leisurely old life. He didn't need to live in seclusion. Moreover, even if his enemies came to him, there were too few people who could kill Fang Tian. Yin Yin, why are you here? When Wang Xiaoyan came, Fang Tian was watering the flowers on the balcony. His daily life was like this. When he saw Wang Xiaoyan, Fang Tian's face suddenly showed a smile. Fang Tian had no children in his life. Although he had reconciled with Wang Ruoshui, both of them were so old. It was impossible to have another child. It was unrealistic. Therefore, Fang Tian treated Yang Ming as a son. His apprentice was similar to a child, and Wang Xiaoyan was like his daughter-in-law. What's more, she was the niece of his wife, Wang Ruoshui. It was even closer. Wang Ruoshui also came to Songjiang City. At this moment, she was cooking for Fang Tian in the kitchen. Both of them had retired from the underworld. Naturally, they would no longer fight and kill. Instead, they lived a normal life. Their days were quite good. Uncle, I came here this time because I have something important to tell you. Wang Xiaoyan still called Fang Tian uncle. It was more intimate this way. And? Something important? What's the important thing? Fang Tian was stunned. Didn't Yang Ming leave already? What else do you have? In Fang Tian's view, the most important thing was that Yang Ming went to perform the mission. At this time, what could Wang Xiaoyan come to him for? Uncle, just a few days ago, Chen Mingyan received a courier. In the courier bag, there was a stack of photos. They were all photos of Yang Ming being intimate with different women. Wang Xiaoyan did not hide and said directly, "Of course, in these photos, I am also included." Oh, someone actually sent this kind of thing to Chen Mingyan? Then, wouldn't your matter be exposed? Didn't you fight? Fang Tian was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Who did this? What was the purpose? Yang Ming had already left, and they actually played such a trick. Fang Tian's first thought was, could it be done by Yang Ming's love rival? Taking advantage of Yang Ming's absence to mess up Yang Ming's harem and make these girls lose confidence in Yang Ming, and then throw themselves into the arms of others? In fact, Fang Tian could only think of such a possibility. Otherwise, who would play such a trick after Yang Ming left? Wasn't it because they had nothing to do? They almost fought, but Yang Ming had a woman named Sun Jie who was very powerful. In a few words, this matter was made clear and made Chen Mingyan accept us. Wang Xiaoyan did not elaborate on the specific details because it was not important. In her opinion, the photos in the courier were the key. Now we are all living in Yang Ming's villa. Everyone's relationship is not bad. But the reason I'm here is to talk to you about the photos. Photos. You want to ask me the purpose of this person or who did it? Fang Tian understood Wang Xiaoyan's meaning. However, I really don't quite understand. Who would make some photos to divide you after Yang Ming left? Was this done by Yang Ming's love rival? Uncle, the courier's delivery time was 10 days before Yang Ming left. That is to say, if there was no accident, the courier should have been delivered before Yang Ming left. But because this courier was slower, it delayed the delivery time. Chen Mingyan only received the courier after Yang Ming left. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head and said, "This is different. The time chosen by this person was just before Yang Ming left. That is to say, this person wanted to create some trouble for Yang Ming so that he couldn't leave or leave when he was upset." Fang Tian said directly. Chapter 2052. That's right. This is also the conclusion we came to after our unanimous analysis. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, "Uncle, from the surface, the person who doesn't want Yang Ming to leave the most should be Elder Yu's people. Yang Ming's action this time is most directly related to Elder Yu. If he wants to stop Yang Ming, I really can't think of anyone else besides him." And continue. Fang Tian nodded and signaled Wang Xiaoyan to continue. However, the only suspicious point is that many of these photos were taken nearly a year ago. At that time, the conflict between Yang Ming and Elder Yu had not been established yet. Why did Elder Yu want to deal with Yang Ming? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future? Wang Xiaoyan said with some doubts. Taking a step back, even if Yang Ming is the son-in-law of Lan Yao village and Lan Ling's boyfriend, Yang Ming didn't show any dangerous characteristics at that time. How did Elder Yu's people notice Yang Ming? So, you think that this person shouldn't be Elder Yu's people, right? Fang Tian nodded and asked. "Yes, uncle, I think so. I think this person shouldn't be Elder Yu's people, but this incident happened at this time. It's too much of a coincidence. I really can't figure out what other connections there are in this." "Yes, uncle," Wang Xiaoyan said. "This is also the reason why I came to discuss with you. I want to ask you, does Yang Ming have other enemies? There must be other enemies, but this matter may not have nothing to do with Elder Yu. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. These two people are Yang Ming's enemies. Can't they cooperate?" Fang Tian said with a smile, "Your judgment is right. These are two groups of people, but in my opinion, they may have reached some kind of agreement and cooperated." After Wang Xiaoyan heard Fang Tian's words, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, they can cooperate. Why didn't I think of that before?" Wang Xiaoyan's previous considerations were indeed somewhat limited. She always assumed that the enemy was Elder Yu. She continued to infer from Elder Yu. Was this Elder Yu's doing? But fortunately, I have to thank this express delivery company. If they didn't delay the time, I'm afraid that Yang Ming would really be delayed here. Since Elder Yu wanted to delay Yang Ming so much, it shows that he has no choice now, or he doesn't have full confidence to deal with Yang Ming. So he made this plan. It is a good time for Yang Ming to find trouble with Elder Yu now. Fong Tian said with a smile. Then who is this person? Who wants to deal with Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan said with a solemn expression. This person is very skilled. At the very least, the person in charge of following us is very skilled. To be able to hide from me and Yang Ming and take photos of us, I'm afraid he's not an ordinary person. And I've already seen through this. Fong Tian nodded. To be able to hide from Yang Ming and take so many photos, how terrifying is his Qinggong? Uncle, do you have an impression of such a person? In the nearby cities, there aren't many people who can have such skills, right? Asked Wang Xiaoyan. Indeed, there aren't many. Fong Tian nodded. Moreover, I also have a suspect. I have been observing these years. Although I can't be 100% sure that it is him, it should be close. Oh, you already have a suspect? Who is it? Wang Xiaoyan was a little surprised when she heard it. A murderous intent flashed in her eyes. I can't tell you for the time being. This person is not someone you can deal with. Fong Tian waved his hand and said faintly. How could he not see the murderous intent in Wang Xiaoyan's eyes? Wang Xiaoyan wanted to help Yang Ming kill this enemy, but Fong Tian couldn't let her take the risk. Not to mention that Wang Xiaoyan was Yang Ming's girlfriend. Even with the identity of Wang Ruoshui's niece, Fong Tian didn't dare to let her mess around. Even Fong Tian himself didn't have absolute confidence to deal with the forces behind that person. How could he let Wang Xiaoyan take the risk? Why? Is this person very powerful? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Fong Tian said so, which meant that this person was very troublesome. I haven't figured out his details or the forces behind him. He is just a small character. If I want to kill him, it will only take a second. No matter how good his Qinggong is, he can't escape from my palm. Fong Tian nodded and said, Is there any force behind that person? Asked Wang Xiaoyan in surprise. Yes, said Fong Tian. So, I haven't touched him in these years. Instead, I have been watching. It's also because of old feelings. I hope he can take the initiative to tell me this. What do you mean? Wang Xiaoyan was confused. She didn't know what Fong Tian meant. What did he mean by watching all these years? Did Fong Tian know the existence of this person before? Moreover, he still cared about old feelings. Doesn't that mean that Fong Tian and this person know each other and seem to have some friendship? It's nothing. In short, you don't have to worry about this matter first. For the time being, he shouldn't pose any threat to Yang Ming. Fong Tian waved his hand and smiled. Since you have already lived in Yang Ming's villa, then you are responsible for taking care of Yang Ming's family. Help him take care of other women. Wang Xiaoyan shrugged and sighed. It's quite depressing to think about it. Who asked you to like Yang Ming? Fong Tian smiled disapprovingly. I gave you a chance to go back on your words. You didn't go back on your words. I didn't say that I wouldn't take care of him. I was just complaining. Wang Xiaoyan said helplessly. Okay, let's not talk about this. Yang Ming and my situation are different. Since you accepted him, then you have to accept everything about him. Fong Tian said, Okay, I won't be involved in your matters. As for the enemy you mentioned, I know. He only knows these petty tricks. Don't worry too much about it. Just take those photos as a memento of you and Yang Ming. Hang them up when you get home so that you don't have to take them yourself. It's a beautiful memory. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. That's fine. Uncle, then I will go back first. Wait, your aunt is cooking in the kitchen. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight? Fong Tian invited. No, my family is still waiting for my news. I better go back. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. That's fine too. But you should say hello to your aunt. Fong Tian smiled slightly. Perhaps Wang Xiaoyan didn't know that she had integrated into Yang Ming's family and began to care about other people's thoughts. Chapter 2053. After greeting her aunt, Wang Xiaoyan left Fong Tian's residence. Although Wang Ruoxie tried to urge Wang Xiaoyan to stay for dinner, Wang Xiaoyan still refused after hesitating because Chun Mingyin and the others were waiting for her news in the villa. Sure enough, after Wang Xiaoyan returned, she saw Chun Mingyin, Sun Jie, and others sitting on the sofa. The table was full of food, but no one ate. Instead, they waited for her to come back. This made Wang Xiaoyan feel a burst of warmth in her heart. It seemed that everyone had unknowingly integrated into this group. Because of Yang Ming's matter, everyone had become unusually united. At this time, their thoughts were on Yang Ming's enemy. As for other personal battles, they were a bit insignificant. I'm back. Why aren't you eating? Wang Xiaoyan changed her shoes and walked into the living room. We're waiting for you. Chun Mingyin smiled slightly. You were busy with Yang Ming's matter. How can we eat first? I'm not very busy. Thank you. Wang Xiaoyan didn't have many friends before. She had never had such a feeling. At this time, she suddenly had a feeling of hot tears. What are you thanking me for? Chun Mingyin smiled and said, Well, let's eat first. Tell me about your situation while eating. Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She couldn't bear to let others wait for too long. She quickly took off her coat and sat at the table. The others also sat down one after another. Let's talk while eating. We're all a family. You don't have to be too polite. Chun Mingyin said and took the initiative to eat first. It's better for everyone to be more casual in the future. Yang Ming will be happy to see this when he comes back. It had to be said that under Sun Jie's influence, Chun Mingyin gradually had some of the demeanor of a big shot. She no longer cared about some small things. And, okay, Wang Xiaoyan was also hungry, so she ate without hesitation. She said while eating, Today, I asked Yang Ming's master about this enemy. Yang Ming's master and I both think that this person is not Elder Yu, but a collaborator of Elder Yu. He was originally an enemy of Yang Ming. These photos may not be for this matter. He just made preparations and planned to release them at the right time. However, he encountered such an opportunity. This person should be someone that Yang Ming's master knows. He said not to worry for the time being. I am here to protect everyone. And 1111. He won't do anything to us. Oh, Yang Ming's master knows this person? Sun Jie frowned. So, Yang Ming probably knows this person too. I don't know about this. Yang Ming's master didn't say. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. He didn't let me intervene. This person is nothing. Yang Ming's master said that he can easily kill the other party, but the key problem is the power behind this person. I heard that it is relatively big. It's not that simple. I see. Sun Jie hesitated. Since Yang Ming's master doesn't let us intervene, then we won't intervene for the time being. He should have his reasons. Yes, and our safety depends on Yin Yin. Chun Mingyin smiled and said, Sorry to trouble you. Don't let one of us die when Yang Ming comes back. It won't be fun, don't worry. I will do my best. Wang Xiaoyan smiled. She knew that Chun Mingyin said this to hint that she should let go of the previous grievances and focus on Yang Ming's matter. However, Wang Xiaoyan was not a person who held grudges, and this was not considered a grudge. Everyone had lived together for a few days, so it was easy to develop feelings. Next, it depends on Sister Xiaoqing and Jiejie. If we can decrypt the phone as soon as possible, we may find some key clues. Chun Mingyin said, We will try our best. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jiejie also nodded and said, The storm in Songjiang City, under Sun Jie's efforts and Chun Mingyin's reasoning, finally passed peacefully. The result was much better than Yang Ming's expectations. These people united together, twisted their hearts, and fought against the enemy together. The behind-the-scenes boss did not expect this. However, the delivery missed the time. Whether or not it could produce any effect, and what effect it would produce, the behind-the-scenes boss did not care much. Even if Yang Ming turned the sky upside down, what was the use of it? The behind-the-scenes boss sat quietly in front of the computer and communicated with Dr. Benjamin. How is it? Is there still no news of the little girl? Sun Sikong hasn't been found? Asked Benjamin. Seeing Dr. Benjamin's question, the behind-the-scenes boss's heart suddenly had a struggle for the first time. He didn't want to say it. Yes, he really didn't want to say it. The words of his sister, Alice, were still echoing in his ears. Yes, I can completely not regard Yang Ming as an enemy, but as a collaborator, can I? If I ask Yang Ming for help, Yang Ming should not refuse me, right? With my current strength, it is impossible to fight with Dr. Benjamin. The behind-the-scenes boss does not believe that I have such great ability. Therefore, even if I don't think for myself, I have to think for my sister, Alice. If I can live a normal life, what a wonderful thing it would be. In fact, the behind-the-scenes boss found the news of Suya. He really saw Suya, the girl he had been looking for many years again. This time, before Yang Ming left, the behind-the-scenes boss personally followed and took photos. He took photos of Yang Ming and Suya's every move at the beach. At that time, he did not pay attention to anything, but when he returned home and looked at the photos carefully, he felt that the girl next to Yang Ming was somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar. She looked unfamiliar because Falcon had never seen such a woman around Yang Ming. The reason why she looked familiar was that Falcon suddenly discovered that this girl looked very similar to Suya, whom he had been looking for. After finding the previous photos of Suya for comparison, Falcon was pleasantly surprised to find that the two were very similar. Except for the fact that she had grown up and was beautiful, the two were simply carved from the same mold. After discovering this news, Falcon wanted to use this news as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Dr. Benjamin. He wanted to leave the organization as a condition, and then he would throw out this important news. However, Falcon was not an idiot. He was a very cautious person. Before negotiating with Dr. Benjamin, he first contacted several old people in the central organization through his own connections. Intentionally or unintentionally, he asked them if there was a precedent of successfully leaving because of meritorious service. The result was very disappointing to Falcon. Chapter 2054. Although Falcon asked very vaguely, he also found out some of the information he wanted to know. The answer was no. Anyone who tried to leave Central, regardless of whether they had contributed or not, would receive the most severe punishment from Central. This made Falcon's heart turn cold all of a sudden. He originally thought that he had made a great contribution and could retire, but he did not expect that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. Those who wanted to betray the Central were nowhere to be found. Some said that they were captured by Dr. Benjamin and put into the laboratory to be used for experiments. Some said that they were killed by the experts sent by Dr. Benjamin. In short, these people had all disappeared. Falcon felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Although he had long known that Central was a terrible organization, he did not expect that he and his sister would be sold to Central for the rest of their lives. There were no illusions, and there was no luck. Compared to those who had contributed to Central, what was he? He was just a small chess piece under Dr. Benjamin. He was not even a core member. No one knew how much power Dr. Benjamin had. In short, it was not something that the current Falcon could compete with. So, after Dr. Benjamin asked this question, Falcon was a little hesitant. He was hesitant about whether he should tell him what he knew. If he said it, it meant that there was no possibility of restoring his relationship with Yang Ming. After fighting with Yang Ming for so long, Falcon was very clear about Yang Ming's character. Even if you did many wrong things, if you did not cross Yang Ming's bottom line, then Yang Ming might forgive you. Yang Ming's subordinates, Bai Hai and Guo Jianshao, were not Yang Ming's enemies in the past. Now, they had become Yang Ming's subordinates. This showed that Yang Ming was not a person who held grudges. At least, as long as it was not too much, Yang Ming might forgive them. Even the women around Yang Ming, such as Zhou Jejia and Jing Xiaolu, were hated by Yang Ming in the past. But later, didn't he accept them? Therefore, Falcon was more convinced that if he confessed to Yang Ming about his wrongdoings and asked to cooperate with him, then Yang Ming would accept 80% of it. The most important thing was that Yang Ming was a nostalgic person, so this made Falcon more confident. Yang Ming's bottom line, in Falcon's view, was not to touch his family and friends. This was Yang Ming's bottom line. Yang Ming's women were naturally considered as Yang Ming's relatives. Therefore, once he revealed the news of Suya's whereabouts to Dr. Benjamin, Dr. Benjamin would definitely take action against Suya next. In this way, It was equivalent to completely breaking off relations with Yang Ming. Yang Ming would definitely fight to the death with him. It seemed impossible to reconcile with him after touching Yang Ming's women. Therefore, Falcon hesitated, gritted his teeth, and typed a few words on the internet as if he had made a major decision. There is no news yet. I feel that these people are no longer in Songjiang City. After clicking send and seeing that the message was sent to Dr. Benjamin, Falcon breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression became a little relaxed. He had always been unable to make this decision, but this time, Falcon chose to deceive for the first time. Although this was only the beginning, it also meant that Falcon's heart had loosened a little. Perhaps he would not immediately find Yang Ming to discuss cooperation, but at least now it was clear that he was leaving a way out for himself. Falcon was now waiting to see if Yang Ming could successfully return safely from the mission in Yunnan. If Yang Ming had the ability to solve the problem of Elder Yu and return to Songjiang City safely, then Falcon did not mind cooperating with him. After all, this had proven that Yang Ming had very powerful strength and ability. However, if Yang Ming could not return safely, then everything would become meaningless. Now, Falcon could not offend Dr. Benjamin. He could only take one step at a time and be careful. He could not let Dr. Benjamin find out that he already had the intention of betraying him in his heart. I think so too, but don't take it lightly. Continue to monitor. Dr. Benjamin did not think much about it. After all, there had been no news for so many years. In his opinion, the possibility of these two people not being in Songjiang City was still higher, so he did not doubt Falcon's words. Okay, Doctor, I will continue to pay attention, Falcon replied. How is Yang Ming's matter? Dr. Benjamin asked. He has gone to Yunnan to perform a mission. Elder Yu asked me to delay Yang Ming's time. I have tried my best, but I did not succeed, said Falcon. Don't worry about Yang Ming's matter. I know you are a little unhappy with him, but personal grievances should not affect Central's major events. Dr. Benjamin said, Okay, that's it for now. After that, Dr. Benjamin ended the conversation with Falcon. Falcon looked at the interrupted computer screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he successfully avoided it. Dr. Benjamin did not suspect him. Yang Ming entered the jungle of Miaojiang early in the morning. This time, the people responsible for intercepting Yang Ming were a few arrogant people from Abnormal Miao Village. They thought that Abnormal Miao Village was already the second largest village in Miaojiang, so they were arrogant and did not put anyone in their eyes. The person leading the team was called Wang Xiaosu, a small leader of Abnormal Miao Village. In his opinion, it was easy to use a little voodoo poison to kill outsiders like Yang Ming. Captain, which direction are we going now? After entering the Miaojiang jungle, everyone had no sense of direction. There were dense jungles everywhere. It seemed that they could not see where Elder Yu would be in this forest. First, take the compass and look at the direction. Follow the direction we came in and walk in a straight line. Yang Ming also had no purpose in mind. Although he had telescopic vision, X-ray vision, and 360-degree vision abilities, which could quickly find some distant targets, this Miaojiang jungle was too big. Yang Ming had a feeling that he did not know where to start. Even if Yang Ming did nothing and sat on the ground to scan the distance with himself as the center, he might not be able to find the target in a short time. Of course, this was also the last and most helpless method. If he really could not find the target, then he could only find the target in this way. Okay. Lu Yezi and others naturally did not know what Yang Ming was thinking. What they had to do now was to execute Yang Ming's orders. In fact, Yang Ming walked in with the purpose of probing. It was best to wait for the people of Abnormal Miao Village to take the initiative to find him, instead of himself looking for them. Chapter 2055. Everyone slow down. Just treat it as a sightseeing trip. Yang Ming was waiting for the enemy to come to him. Naturally, he wouldn't walk too fast to make the enemy lose sight of their target. It was best to stand in the open so that he could attract the enemy. Sightseeing trip? Xia Shui was stunned. You came here to play? I didn't have time to come out to play before. It's rare to have such a good scenery. It's a pity not to relax, right? Yang Ming smiled. Especially Tianlong and Susu. Just treat it as your honeymoon. Feng Tianlong scratched his head and smiled happily. Xiao Susu blushed and looked at Yang Ming shyly. However, because Yang Ming was the captain, she couldn't say much. Moreover, her relationship with Feng Tianlong had become a fact. This time, Xiao Susu was prepared to die for this mission. She didn't have any scruples like before. Besides, Feng Tianlong broke away from his family for her and signed up for this mission without hesitation. It was enough to see Feng Tianlong's thoughts. Why would Xiao Susu hesitate? Hey, Yang Ming, are you here for a mission or to play? Xia Shui was a little unhappy. Previously, she thought that Yang Ming was very powerful and organized. However, she didn't expect that Yang Ming would be completely different once he entered the Miaojiang forest. Xia Shui, why are you so agitated? Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui and couldn't help but smile. What we need to do now is to wait for the enemy to come to us. We don't need to look for the enemy. How difficult is it to find a person in this vast Miaojiang forest? Therefore, I am afraid that the enemy will lose their target, so I brought everyone here for sightseeing. This way, the target will be bigger and it will be easier for the enemy to find us. Isn't it? So that's the case. Xia Shui heard Yang Ming's words and suddenly blushed. It turned out that she misunderstood Yang Ming. Xia Shui felt a little embarrassed. Yes, Yang Ming was right. Why am I so stupid? Sigh. I'm the only newbie in this experience. I better not drag Yang Ming down. The scenery here is not bad. Shall we take a picture together? Yang Ming took out his mobile phone. This was a mobile phone provided by the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, and the quality of the camera was top-notch. Yang Ming used it as a tool for sightseeing and taking photos. Sure, Xia Shui understood Yang Ming's plan, so naturally, she had no other thoughts. She began to take the initiative to cooperate with Yang Ming. Moreover, in her heart, she actually wanted to take some photos with Yang Ming. She didn't know when this feeling in her heart was born. Her good impression of Yang Ming was getting stronger and stronger, especially this time when they came out to perform the mission. After seeing Yang Ming's powerful skills and calm mind, Xia Shui liked Yang Ming even more. It wasn't as simple as a long-term meal ticket that was initially a joke. Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu were a couple, and Yang Ming and Xia Shui were also a couple, so the task of taking photos naturally fell to Lu Yezi. He was alone. It was enough to take a few photos as a souvenir. There was no need to take endless photos. Although the scenery here was beautiful, it was basically the same. From this angle, it was a forest. From that angle, it was still a forest. No matter how many photos were taken, it was still a forest. It was meaningless to take too many photos. However, it was different for couples. Different actions meant different things. At this moment, Feng Tianlong was trying to put his arm around Xiao Susu's waist. This kind of bold action had never been done before. Although both of them tacitly agreed that they were in a relationship, Xiao Susu had a knot in her heart and didn't go further with Feng Tianlong. But now, they were already at this stage. If their relationship didn't go further, they might not have a chance in the future. So after Xiao Susu glanced at Feng Tianlong, she tacitly agreed to his carelessness. Feng Tianlong was so happy that his nose was about to turn crooked. He was very grateful to Yang Ming. Captain was so good. Not only did he lead everyone to carry out the mission, but he also led the team to pick up girls. He was such a good person. So Feng Tianlong became bolder and bolder. At first, he put his arm around Xiao Susu's waist. Then he put his arm around her waist and even took a few photos of them kissing. This made Feng Tianlong so happy that he would laugh in his dreams tonight. On the other hand, Yang Ming's side was much more serious. Yang Ming did have a good impression of Xia Shui, but Yang Ming felt that they weren't close enough yet. This kind of thing had to be done step by step. It couldn't be done in one go, right? Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu's situation was a bit special. Moreover, both of them had been in an ambiguous relationship for so long. It was naturally different from his relationship with Xia Shui. Of course, Xia Shui didn't say anything. Deep in her heart, she was actually a conservative woman. If Yang Ming really became lustful toward her all of a sudden, she didn't know what to do. So, letting nature take its course was the best result. So, these 5 people were like tourists who came here to play. They began to take photos and videos here. In the end, they simply sat on the ground and prepared to have a picnic in the jungle. Wang Xiaosu brought a few people to the edge of the Miaojiang jungle and quickly found Yang Ming's group. Although Wang Xiaosu was arrogant, he didn't go forward directly. Instead, he waited near Yang Ming's group to see what Yang Ming's group was capable of. But after waiting for a while, he saw that Yang Ming's group was either taking photos or having a picnic. It seemed that they weren't here to perform a mission at all, but to play here. Fuck, do I need to go personally with these people? Wang Xiaosu saw the performance of Yang Ming's group and suddenly felt depressed. What kind of people are these people? They're simply a group of motley crew. Aren't they too weak? They don't look like they are here to perform a mission. They are completely here to play. These people can't be here to play in the name of attacking Elder Yu, right? The more he thought about it, the more Wang Xiaosu felt that it was possible. Otherwise, these people had been taking photos and chatting on the edge of the jungle for a whole day. They didn't even have the intention to go deep into the jungle. Boss, what should we do now? Are these people really so weak? Is there any conspiracy? One of Wang Xiaosu's men also looked at Yang Ming's group with some doubts. Didn't they say that these people were very powerful? Even Elder Yu didn't dare to face them directly and let the people of mutated Miao village delay the time? I also feel a little puzzled. Wang Xiaosu nodded and said, "Why don't we wait and see?" "All right, then let's wait and see." The underling also nodded and agreed. He wasn't sure if there was anything wrong with this. In short, it was very strange. Chapter 2056. When Wang Xiaosu heard his underling say so, he felt that this matter was weird. Aren't these people here to deal with Elder Yu? Why are they here? Could it be that they got the wrong person? This group of people are obviously tourists, and not the people they are here to deal with. In fact, when Wang Xiaosu came here, Yang Ming had already noticed it. However, after looking at the dialogue of these people, Yang Ming knew that these people were not important people. They were just some small fries, so Yang Ming did not bother with them for the time being. He wanted to see if there were more big shots appearing later. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any other people coming to help. These people were still guarding there. Yang Ming knew that there wouldn't be any more important people coming. These people were probably sent by the leader of the abnormal Miao village to test their strength. Therefore, after Yang Ming played for a while, he was ready to make a move on these people. "I'm going to the toilet. You guys take pictures first," Yang Ming said to Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and the others. Okay. Xia Shui didn't care. She just nodded to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, on the other hand, sneaked into the jungle at the side. "Boss, that kid is alone. This is a good opportunity for us to make a move. We can choose to make a move on him now." Wang Xiaosu's underling saw Yang Ming going to the toilet and suddenly said excitedly, "Oh, that's true. Then let's catch him and ask him first to see if they're Yang Ming's group. If they are, we will kill them directly. They're just a bunch of motley crew." Wang Xiaosu nodded and said, "You go and find them." This underling nodded. This was a good opportunity to make a contribution. After he accepted the order, he quickly chased in the direction where Yang Ming left. In terms of the familiarity of this jungle, no one was more familiar with it than the people who lived here. Therefore, in this underling's opinion, it was easy to catch Yang Ming. However, when he walked leisurely to the position where Yang Ming hid before, he didn't see Yang Ming's figure. "Hey, where did this brat go?" The subordinate was slightly taken aback and looked around. "This brat, walking so far just to pee, isn't there something wrong with him? This forest is very dense. Even if we were nearby, we wouldn't be able to see anything." The subordinate scratched his head in confusion, but when he was puzzled, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his neck, as if he had been hit by something. Just as he was about to scream, his mouth was covered by someone, and then he didn't know what happened. Yang Ming looked coldly at Wang Xiaosu's subordinate. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Wang Xiaosu was his enemy, so it was fine to kill him. Yang Ming didn't even have the intention to ask him questions. He was just a small fry with no value. He simply searched his body. Except for a bag of voodoo, he didn't find anything else. The voodoo was also the lowest level of voodoo, and the voodoo antidote pill could easily solve it. Yang Ming shook his head and turned to walk in Wang Xiaosu's direction. Wang Xiaosu was still waiting for his subordinate to come back. After waiting for a long time, he suddenly became impatient. Where did this brat go? I've been waiting for so long. Why didn't he come back? Hey, boss, maybe the brat just went to poop. He thought it was smelly, so he waited for a while. Another subordinate analyzed. Possible. Wang Xiaosu nodded immediately after listening. The brat just said that he was going to the toilet, so he must have gone to poop. Fortunately, I didn't go personally, or else I would be smelly to death. Do you think it's a lot? No one answered. I'm asking you a question. Why is there no movement? Wang Xiaosu was stunned and shouted inexplicably. Who are you looking for? Do you want to talk to me? Yang Ming stood behind Wang Xiaosu and asked faintly. Wang Xiaosu was shocked. How did this become an unfamiliar voice? And this voice is a little familiar. Isn't this? Wang Xiaosu turned his head and was shocked. You? How did you come behind me? Didn't Little Gong go to catch you? Little Gong? Which one? I don't know him, but there was a person who came to me sneakily just now. I killed him. Yang Ming said. Killed? Wang Xiaosu was shocked. Are you really an agent, not a tourist? Are you the person Elder Yu wants to deal with? Wrong. I'm the person who wants to deal with Elder Yu. Yang Ming corrected him with a smile. Okay, you can die now. Wait. Wang Xiaosu didn't expect that he really underestimated the enemy. The person in front of him was not a tourist at all, but he used the illusion of a tourist to confuse him. The person in front of him was like a wolf in sheep's clothing, tricking him unknowingly. Wang Xiaosu knew that he was not the opponent of the person in front of him at all, so he shouted in a hurry to ask the person to wait. Oh, do you have anything else to say? Yang Mingjin stopped and looked at Wang Xiaosu with a faint smile. You don't want to deal with Elder Yu? Asked Wang Xiaosu. So what if I do? Yang Ming nodded. Then do you want to know where Elder Yu is? Wang Xiaosu was obviously stalling for time. He wanted to use voodoo to deal with Yang Ming. He was not the opponent of Yang Ming in a head-on fight, but using voodoo was his specialty. Do you know? Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaosu and asked with ridicule. As Wang Xiaosu said this, he paused and suddenly raised his hand to Yang Ming, then said quickly, I don't know. If you don't know, why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Ming still asked calmly. Ha 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 ha, fool, I'm stalling for time. Don't you know? Wang Xiaosu saw that his evil plan was successful and suddenly laughed. Now, do you feel hot all over and dizzy? Do you feel like you're going to faint? Oh, faint? Yang Ming was stunned and then said, I think so, right? Ha ha, you have been poisoned by my unique voodoo. You will faint and die soon. Hee hee, you fool. Don't you want to know the news of Elder Yu? You can inquire about it after you become a ghost. Wang Xiaosu looked at Yang Ming very proudly. This person is simply a fool. Wahaha, I actually killed him so easily. Die. I am a little dizzy, but it has nothing to do with death, right? Yang Ming blinked with some doubts. Don't you understand? I have already put voodoo in your body. You're going to die. Wang Xiaosu was a little depressed. Why can't this person understand? It's just that this jungle is too hot. I am so hot that I'm going to get heat stroke, so I feel like fainting. What does this have to do with voodoo? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Chapter 2057. You are a fool. You are poisoned with voodoo. What heat stroke? Wang Xiaosu was going crazy. Why doesn't this person have any self-awareness? Obviously, he is poisoned with voodoo, but he doesn't know it. He is like a fool. Oh, I am suffering from heat stroke, not voodoo. Yang Ming nodded. I know. You don't need to remind me. Damn, why are you so brainless? You are now poisoned with my voodoo. You're going to die soon. Do you understand? Wang Xiaosu was anxious and explained to Yang Ming, die. Don't move. That's it. Wu, you will die. As Wang Xiaosu said, he also gestured a death action with a death expression. Oh, you mean you're going to die soon, right? Yang Ming nodded with understanding. It's you, not me. Wang Xiaosu was really a little depressed. Is there such a stupid person in the world? Oh, then you tell me. When will I die? Yang Ming finally nodded, as if he understood Wang Xiaosu's words. Oh, Wang Xiaosu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought, you finally understand. So he explained, generally speaking, people who are poisoned with my voodoo will faint to the ground within a minute. If the voodoo is not removed within 10 minutes, they will die. Oh, how long has it been now? Asked Yang Ming. It has passed now. Why haven't you fainted yet? It has been so long now. You should have died long ago, right? Wang Xiaosu was stunned, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Why haven't you died yet? Shouldn't I ask you this? The person who poisoned you is you, not me. If you ask me, how would I know? Said Yang Ming innocently. This shouldn't be. How is it possible? Wang Xiaosu frowned and looked at Yang Ming with a puzzled look. So, I said early on that you're going to die, not me. Yang Ming said, well, you can pretend to woo again, and then you'll die. Impossible. Wang Xiaosu just wanted to argue, but he didn't say it. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Of course, Yang Ming used invisible flying needles to kill Wang Xiaosu with flying needles. After killing Wang Xiaosu, Yang Ming turned and walked in the direction of Xia Shui and the others. Without looking back, at this time, next to Wang Xiaosu, one of the underlings who were killed by Yang Ming suddenly covered the back of his neck and groaned softly. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. He carefully stood up and checked the breathing of Wang Xiaosu and the others. When he found that there was no movement, he quickly walked into the depths of the jungle in shock. When this person walked away, Yang Ming's mouth showed a sneer. As an assassin, Yang Ming couldn't make such a low-level mistake. Killing and not killing. Especially for an ordinary person, it was impossible for such a situation to happen. Not to mention the king of assassins like Yang Ming. Even in the assassin organization, any assassin with a little experience would not make such a low-level mistake. The purpose of Yang Ming's action was obviously intentional. He deliberately left one alive. Previously, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaosu's conversation was actually to confuse this person who was not dead. Otherwise, with Yang Ming's skill, killing this guy was just a matter of minutes. There was no need to waste so much time talking nonsense with him. The reason why Yang Ming did this was to let the underling who was not dead see that Yang Ming didn't care about Wang Xiaosu's low-level voodoo. This voodoo had no effect on Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was able to kill Wang Xiaosu in seconds without a sound after Wang Xiaosu cast the goo. This was the message that Yang Ming wanted to pass to the chief of Abnormal Meow Village through the underling who was not dead. Yang Ming had two plans. First, he would secretly follow this underling who was not dead and see if he could directly return to the camp of Abnormal Meow Village to report to the chief of Abnormal Meow Village. This way, Yang Ming could follow the clues and find the chief of Abnormal Meow Village directly. Second, if this underling did not go directly to the chief of Abnormal Meow Village but passed the message back through other means, then Yang Ming would not be worried. As long as the chief of Abnormal Meow Village received the news, he would not send some weak people to die the next time. For safety reasons, the chief of Abnormal Meow Village might personally lead a team to deal with him. This was also what Yang Ming wanted. He did not need to go to the chief of Abnormal Meow Village, but he could let the chief of Abnormal Meow Village find him. Yang Ming's two plans were flawless. No matter what, he could lure out the chief of Abnormal Meow Village. Yang Ming quickly walked back to where Xia Shui and the rest were. He quickly said, "Gather. Follow me." These members were all well-trained after all. They were still fooling around a second before Yang Ming came back. The next second, they quickly packed their bags and followed behind Yang Ming neatly, walking into the depths of the forest. Previously, there were a few people from the mutated Meow Village who came to spy on us. I killed them all, but I left one alive. Now, I'm following this survivor to see if I can find the base camp of the mutated Meow Village and directly capture the village chief. Yang Ming hurriedly explained the action plan to everyone. Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and the rest were shocked. They did not expect Yang Ming to accomplish so many things while he went to the toilet. Then, did Yang Ming really go to the toilet? I am afraid that Yang Ming is going to do this, right? It was just that he was afraid of being detected by the people of Abnormal Meow Village. So he used the excuse of going to the toilet. Thinking of this, everyone was very ashamed. At that time, everyone was together. Only Yang Ming discovered the enemy, but the others did not notice anything. If the enemy really came to find them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing everyone's silent expression, Yang Ming naturally knew what these people were thinking. He couldn't help but smile slightly and said, "Everyone, don't blame yourselves. In fact, I also used my special ability. These people are still far away from us. It's normal that you didn't notice. I was wondering why my jade pendant didn't respond. It turns out that these people are far away." Lu Yezi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that there was a problem. So, if I didn't use my special ability, I wouldn't have discovered these people so early. These people are good at jungle terrain and have binoculars. It is naturally much easier for them to spy on us than us spying on them, said Yang Ming. Chapter 2058. Although he was talking, Yang Ming's footsteps did not stop at all. Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, and the other three followed behind the escaping subordinate. No matter how the escaping subordinate hid, it was useless in Yang Ming's eyes. The jungle was a good place for ordinary people to hide. As long as they walked out of a certain distance, the people behind them would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The terrain made it impossible for the tracker to follow. Therefore, the subordinate who was walking in front stopped running after running for a distance. Instead, he maintained a uniform pace and walked forward. In his opinion, Yang Ming and the others would never be able to catch up with them. However, Yang Ming was following behind these people at a moderate pace. Of course, this subordinate was still very clever. Every time he walked a distance, he would look back. After he found that there was nothing unusual, he continued to move forward. However, Yang Ming was far away from him. If he could see Yang Ming, he would need to have the same special ability as Yang Ming. Obviously, this subordinate was a person who often walked in the jungle. He did not feel tired even after walking for a long distance. If Yang Ming and the others were not people who had undergone strict training, they would not be able to catch up with this subordinate at this moment. However, it was not surprising. In the jungle of Miaojiang, there were trees everywhere. It was impossible to drive. Besides walking, there was really no other means of transportation to rely on. Even people like the chief of the Abnormal Meow Village, an elder, you could only rely on themselves unless they use a helicopter. However, it was a little troublesome. After walking for about 3 hours, a village appeared not far from the subordinate. It should be the Abnormal Meow Village. The village covered a large area. It was the size of a small town. However, the village was also full of bungalows. The best one was a 2-story wooden building. It was a bit like a primitive society. There were no high-rise buildings. This was probably the custom here. However, to be able to build such a village, it was enough to show the rapid development of the Abnormal Meow Village. This was because although the buildings in the village were only 1-story or 2-story bungalows, they were built beautifully. If they were placed in the city, they would be like villas. At the entrance of the village, there were few people guarding. However, when the subordinate passed by, they only questioned him a little and let him go. Obviously, they knew him. After following him here, Yang Ming could not go forward. After all, Yang Ming and the others could see that they were strangers at a glance. If they did not force their way in, they would not be able to enter smoothly. "Captain, what should we do?" When Yang Ming brought everyone to the vicinity of the village, Feng Tianlong and the others also understood that the subordinate had entered the village. "Let's wait here, he can't run away." When Yang Ming saw this situation, he wasn't in a hurry. He just stopped and found a place where he could hide. The trees were denser, and he sat down. "You're right. If this subordinate reports to their fort master, the fort master Ku might come personally. We'll just wait here for him to show up." The subordinate naturally thought that Yang Ming did not know that he was still alive. He ran to the chief's door in a hurry and was stopped by one of the chief's confidants. "What are you doing here?" "Medicine bro, I was sent by the chief to carry out a mission. Our entire team was wiped out, and I was the only one who escaped. I have to report to the chief immediately," the subordinate quickly said. "In that case, you can wait for a while." Medicine bro did not seem to care about what the subordinate said. He looked up and said to the subordinate, "Wait for a while. I don't know if the chief has time to see you." As someone close to the chief, Brother Medicine was usually very arrogant. He did not care about the other people in the Hmong village at all. After he finished speaking, he did not walk in. He just continued to stand there and ignored the subordinate. The subordinate saw that Medicine Bro was not going to inform the chief and became anxious. "Medicine Bro, this is an emergency. Why don't you inform the chief?" "Fuck, I will go if I want to. Do I need you to remind me? Who do you think you are?" Medicine Bro was unhappy. He looked at the subordinate impatiently and said, "Go to the side and wait. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." "Medicine Bro, how can you be like this? I really have something important to do." The subordinate was helpless. Why was Medicine Bro like this? "The chief is resting now. What if I disturb him and he scolds me?" Medicine Bro was the gatekeeper, so he did not know that the chief had ordered another trusted subordinate to ask him to find someone to test Yang Ming. Therefore, Medicine Bro was as arrogant as usual to those who wanted to see the chief. If they did not get some benefits, they would not be able to enter the door. If you go, he won't scold you." The subordinate thought to himself, "How could he scold you when someone died?" "I say, you brat, are you a newcomer from another stronghold? Why don't you know the rules?" Medicine Bro was finally a little impatient. He stretched out a hand and said, "You asked me to inform the chief. Don't you know how to do something? Who would do something that does not benefit them? Who do you think you are?" You. The subordinate did not expect that he would have to give a reward when he had something so important to report to the chief. Medicine Bro was too evil, wasn't he? He was also a little anxious. "There is no reward. Do you want to go or not?" "I will wait here. If there is a delay, you will be responsible." As he said that, he stood to the side and did not care anymore. "Just go and wait, stupid bird." Medicine Bro curled his lips. He had seen many fools like this. They clamored to wait here. Just go and wait. After a day or two, they would automatically give in. When the time came, wouldn't they still obediently send him a gift and say a lot of good words? Therefore, Medicine Bro did not mind. He continued to guard the chief's door leisurely. The chief waited for a long time, but did not receive any report from the people he sent. Therefore, he asked his trusted subordinate worriedly, "Wang Xiaosu and the others have been gone for so long. Why is there still no news? Give them a call and ask them what is going on." In the Miaojiang forest, there were mobile phones. The abnormal Miao village was the closest to the outside, so the mobile phone signal could reach here. If they went further in, the mobile phone signal would be weaker and weaker. "Yes, chief." The subordinate nodded and dialed Wang Xiaosu's number. The call was connected immediately, but no one answered for a long time. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. Chapter 2059. The subordinate was confused. Why was Wang Xiaosu not picking up the phone? "Leader, Wang Xiaosu is not picking up the phone." The subordinate dialed the number again and confirmed that Wang Xiaosu was not picking up the phone. "Oh, not picking up the phone?" Leader Ku frowned. He had a bad feeling. How could Yang Ming and the others be so easy to deal with? He had said it before. If they were so easy to deal with, Elder Yu would have dealt with them himself. Why would he let the mutated Miao village deal with them? Could it be that they were all wiped out? He had sent these people to test the strength of Yang Ming and the others. If they were all wiped out, wouldn't he have sent them for nothing? If he did not get any information, it would mean that he had lost a few people for nothing. Yes, the call went through, but no one is picking up. "I have dialed twice," the subordinate said with a serious expression. "Do you have the others' numbers? Call them one by one and see if anyone is picking up." Leader Ku said, "I have copied them down. I will call them now." The confidant nodded, then picked up the phone again and dialed the phone numbers of the other people one by one. However, after the call was connected, no one answered 1, 2, 3. The calls were all connected, but no one answered. Leader Ku watched the subordinate make the calls. He saw that the subordinate would hang up after a while. He then made another call and hung up after a while. It was obvious that the situation was the same as before. No one picked up the phone. No one is picking up the phone? Leader Ku's heart was getting heavier and heavier. There was only one possibility in this situation. None of them could pick up the phone. Why couldn't they pick up the phone? They were probably dead. Otherwise, it was impossible for no one to pick up the phone. Hello? Hello? Are you Xiaoda? A joyous expression immediately appeared on the face of his trusted subordinate, because this call was actually answered by someone, and the owner of this phone number was a person called Xiaoda. It's me. Who is this? Xiaoda was waiting at the door when the call came in. I am Leader Ku's subordinate, Xiao Wan. Where are you? Where is Wang Xiaosu? What happened to you guys? Why didn't he answer the phone? The confidant named Xiao Wan asked quickly. Brother Wan, we were all wiped out. I was lucky enough to play dead. I am now standing in front of Leader Ku's room. But Medicine Bro, who is guarding the door, won't let me in. He even wants me to give him something. Xiaoda was getting impatient. He told Brother One everything that Medicine Bro had told him. What? Brother One was stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Run was already standing in front of the master's door. It was only because Brother Yao wanted something from him that he could not enter. When Brother One heard this, he couldn't help but be furious. How could a gatekeeper be so arrogant? Even though Big Brother Medicine was Stockade Leader Ku's trusted aide, if he wasn't, why would Big Brother Medicine let him guard the door? But that was only in the eyes of outsiders. In the eyes of Brother Wan, Brother Medicine was just a small character. Even though he stood outside every day and acted like a big shot, in reality, he didn't even have a say in front of Leader Ku. Brother Wan, on the other hand, was Leader Ku's most trusted subordinate. He was the one who had the right to speak. Therefore, because of Big Brother Medicine, he and Leader Ku had been waiting here for so long. They had been worried for so long. Brother One was furious. He said, "Wait for me. I will go and pick you up." After that, Brother One hung up the phone. What happened? Leader Ku waited for Brother Wan to hang up the phone and asked, Leader, Xiaoda is back. He's at the door. But Medicine Bro, who is guarding the door, wants something from him. He won't let him in without notifying him. Brother Wan explained. What? Leader Ku opened his eyes wide. He had been worried for a long time. He did not expect that Xiaoda was already back in the stockade, and right in front of his door. How could he not be angry? Immediately, Leader Ku said angrily, Let's go out together. I want to see how arrogant he is. How dare he ask for something in the name of guarding my door? Was he like this in the past? Well, I have heard about it, but I didn't take it seriously. I thought it was just a rumor. But now, it seems that it is true. Brother Wan nodded. In fact, it was not that he did not know about it before. He just did not take it seriously. They were all around Leader Ku. Even Brother Wan would accept some benefits from others to put in a good word for them in front of Leader Ku. That was why he did not say anything about others. But today, Big Brother Medicine happened to be in the line of fire. Today, he had to make an example out of him. Humph! Leader Ku snorted and walked out of the room first. He saw Big Brother Medicine, who did not know what to do, talking to Xiaoda. Xiaoda! Big Brother Da, Master Da, I beg you. I was wrong. Please don't tell Leader Ku about what happened before. If he asks you, just say it was a joke. Big Brother Medicine was really scared. He did not expect Brother Wan to call Xiaoda directly, and Xiaoda to tell Leader Ku about what happened before. One had to know that Brother Wan was the closest person to the Master. He was hundreds of times stronger than Brother Yao. Therefore, if Brother Wan told the Master about this, Brother Yao's position as a guard would come to an end. He might even be punished even more severely. His only hope now was to ask Xiao to change his words. If Xiao did not change his words, he would be done for. I will give you money. I will give you 100,000. Is that okay? Seeing that Xiao was not talking, Big Brother Medicine quickly offered him some benefits. 100,000? That's a lot. At this time, a cold laugh came from behind Big Brother Medicine. Big Brother Medicine did not have to turn around to know who it was. He was so scared that he sat on the ground. That was Leader Ku's voice. He could not be more familiar with it. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go on account of my loyalty to you as a gatekeeper. Big Brother Medicine quickly begged for mercy with tears and snot running down his face. Lock him up. I will deal with him after I'm done with my business. Leader Ku did not have the mood to care about Big Brother Medicine. He waved his hand and asked someone to take Big Brother Medicine away. Then, he hurriedly turned to look at Xiaoda and asked, "What's going on? Did you guys run into that Yangming? Why did you come back alone? Where are the others?" Leader, all of our men were annihilated. That group of people was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that I dodged when that guy attacked me, I would have fallen to the ground and pretended to be dead. That's how I survived. The rest of us were all killed by him. Xiaoda quickly explained the situation to Leader Ku in detail. Chapter 2060. Completely annihilated. Fort Leader Ku couldn't help but sigh. Although this news was a little sad, it was still within his expectations. Fort Leader Ku had already expected that Yang Ming's group would be so strong. Otherwise, why would Elder Yu ask him to deal with them? However, Wang Xiaosu and the others did not understand. They thought that these people were easy to deal with, so they volunteered to kill them. What was the result? Except for one person who was not killed, the others were all dead. Are you saying that Yang Ming is very good at martial arts? He can kill you with one strike. You don't even have a chance to fight back. Is that right? Camp Leader Ku asked. Yes, that's right. We didn't even have time to react before we were killed by him. His speed was too fast. We weren't his match at all. We weren't good at close combat either. Xiao nodded and said honestly. In other words, you didn't have time to use your goose skills. You didn't have a chance because your opponent was too fast? Fort Leader Ku asked. Not really. Xiao shook his head and said, the person named Yang Ming doesn't seem to be afraid of voodoo. When he met Wang Xiaosu, he didn't make a move. Instead, he asked Wang Xiaosu a few questions. This gave Wang Xiaosu enough time to prepare. However, Wang Xiaosu's voodoo had no effect on him. He just waved his hand and killed Wang Xiaosu. Xiaoda and Wang Xiaosu were equals in the fort. When they were on a mission, Wang Xiaosu was the leader. However, when they were back in the fort, Xiaoda didn't call Wang Xiaosu leader. Instead, he called him by his name. Not afraid of goo poison, as expected, Fort Leader Ku frowned and said, it seems that these people have some defensive measures. Normal goo skills shouldn't work on them. That's right, I can be considered to have escaped death, so I quickly came back to report their news to Fort Master. Xiaoda nodded and said, okay, you can go back first. The information you brought back this time is very useful. I will reward you. Fort Leader Ku waved his hand and sent Xiaoda away. When the time came, he would just let him be the leader. Fort Leader Ku's biggest problem now was how to deal with Yang Ming. Now, it seemed that he had to do it himself. Looking at the entire mutated Meow Stockade, the only person who was slightly better at goo arts was Stockade Leader Ku himself. He was the only one who knew how to use high-level goo arts, while the others could not. Fort Leader, what do we do now? Brother One asked. It seems that I have to do it myself. Fort Leader Ku sighed and said, no matter how many people go, they will only die. But if you go personally, what if it's dangerous? Brother One asked worriedly. It's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. Since Elder Yu has given us this mission, then I have to do my best to complete it. If I don't do it, then the day Elder Yu gains power will be the day we perish. Leader Ku said helplessly, now do I have a choice? But Brother One was still worried. No buts. I will go myself. If I don't come back, it will be the end of mutated Meow Village. You people, no matter who becomes the fort leader, will not be able to maintain the current situation of mutated Meow Village. It will only be destroyed in the end. So if I don't come back, you take the entire village to Fort Leader Yu. This is the only way out. Fort Leader Ku waved his hand and said. Although Brother One was not happy with Fort Leader Ku's words, he knew that Fort Leader Ku was telling the truth. None of them could shoulder the burden. If Fort Leader Ku was really done for, they would have to rely on someone else. Otherwise, mutated Meow Village would be destroyed in an instant. Okay, I got it. Brother One nodded and said. Since Fort Leader Ku had made up his mind, he did not waste any more time and quietly left mutated Meow Village alone. Although he said that he left secretly, he could only hide it from everyone in mutated Meow Village. He could not hide it from Yang Ming. Yang Ming had been using his special ability to track Xiao ever since he entered the village. Although Yang Ming could not enter the village, Xiao's every move in mutated Meow Village could not escape Yang Ming's eyes. From the beginning to the end, including the quarrel between Xiao and Brother Yao, to the meeting with Fort Leader Ku, Yang Ming saw everything clearly. Yang Ming also got to know what Fort Leader Ku looked like from Xiao's clues. Originally, Yang Ming was still thinking about how to lure Fort Leader Ku out. However, Yang Ming was surprised that Fort Leader Ku came out personally to accept the challenge. This saved Yang Ming a lot of trouble. Fort Leader Ku came out personally. I don't know what he's capable of. Everyone be careful. I will go out alone to face the enemy later. You guys hide first and act according to the situation. Yang Ming told Xia Shui and the rest. Yes, Yang Ming's words were orders. Xia Shui and the rest had to obey unconditionally. Fort Leader Ku did not know that Yang Ming and the rest had followed Xiao to the vicinity of mutated Meow Village. He thought that they were still at the border of the Miaojiang forest. Therefore, after he left mutated Meow Village, he immediately headed towards the border of the Miaojiang forest. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was following behind Fort Master Ku, not too far, not too close. However, after Fort Leader Ku walked a distance away from mutated Meow Village, he stopped and turned around abruptly. He said to Yang Ming and the rest, "You've been following me for so long. Come out." Yang Ming was shocked. His tracking skills were top-notch. How could Fort Leader Ku discover him? Could it be that he was tricking them on purpose? It could be seen that Fort Master Ku was a cautious person. However, Yang Ming and the others weren't the kind of people who would give themselves away when they were scared. Therefore, after looking at each other for a short while, they all bent down and hid. These people were not inferior to Yang Ming in terms of tracking skills. They were confident that they would not be discovered by Fort Leader Ku. Moreover, they were quite a distance away from Fort Leader Ku. Fort Leader Ku did not have the all-seeing eye, so how could he discover them? Fort Leader Ku waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he could not help but laugh coldly. "Who are you? Cowards? If you don't come out, I'll catch you myself." However, after he said that, Yang Ming and the rest still did not move. As for Fort Master Ku, after waiting for no result, he actually walked back in large strides. He was walking towards the direction where Yang Ming and the rest were hiding. Yang Ming was confused. How could Fort Leader Ku be so sure that he was being followed? Chapter 2061. While Yang Ming was wondering what was going on, Leader Ku was getting closer and closer to them. It was as if he already knew where Yang Ming and the others were hiding. He walked in a straight line without any hesitation. He didn't even take an extra step. Yang Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like this Leader Ku was really something. "Don't be nervous, guys. I'll take the lead first." Yang Ming took a deep breath and whispered to the others. The others nodded, but did not say anything. "Are you still not coming out?" Camp Leader Ku yelled. At that moment, he was already less than 10 meters away from Yang Ming. Yang Ming sighed. This stronghold master Ku had indeed come prepared. Even Yang Ming would not believe that this stronghold master Ku was still trying to trick them. "Leader Ku is really something. You are really something. I can't believe you can spot me from such a distance." Yang Ming stood up from the bushes and looked at Leader Ku. However, Yang Ming used the word I instead of we. He wanted to tell Leader Ku that he was the only one here. "Where are the others? Why are they not coming out?" Leader Ku asked coldly. "The others?" Yang Ming was stunned and looked at Leader Ku in confusion. "You're just playing dumb. Fine, if you don't want to come out then, so be it." Leader Ku said calmly. "You are Yang Ming, right? Since you already know who I am, why ask? But I do admire you for being able to spot us." Yang Ming was not in a hurry to make a move. This leader coup gave him a very dangerous feeling. Yang Ming's instinct told him that this person was very dangerous. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't be the leader of Mutated Meow Village. And Mutated Meow Village wouldn't have become the second largest Meow Village in such a short period of time. Leader Ku snorted and said proudly, "But you, kid, do have some skills? You can kill people without leaving a trace. Aren't you afraid of normal goose spells?" "Same here." Yang Ming smiled, but the flying needle had already slid into his hand. Yang Ming made a gesture of stroking his hair and threw the flying needle towards Leader Ku. Fort Leader Ku shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. However, he did not fall to the ground like Yang Ming had expected. This made Yang Ming a little surprised. Could it be that his flying needles were ineffective against Fort Leader Ku? Elder Yu was cultivating Jin Gang's invincible body. Could it be that this stockade Leader Ku was cultivating as well? But in the next moment, Yang Ming knew the reason. Flying needles, this is a technical job. Isn't this a kind of tree unique to our Miaojiang? Your flying needles are made of this kind of wood? Camp Leader Ku asked in surprise as he held a wooden flying needle in his hand. Fort Leader Ku was shocked, but Yang Ming was even more shocked. His flying needle was caught by stockade Leader Ku. "You're a martial arts expert?" Yang Ming's face darkened. He did not expect this stockade Leader Ku to not only know how to use venomous insects, but also be a martial arts expert. Although his flying needle technique couldn't be said to be invincible, there weren't many people who could counter it. Moreover, he launched the flying needle unexpectedly, but this stockade Leader Ku was able to detect it and catch it. Did this mean that this stockade Leader Ku was more powerful than him? This made Yang Ming's face turn even darker. At first, Yang Ming thought that this stockade Leader Ku would be easy to deal with because Lan Ling did not give him a high evaluation. Yang Ming thought that it would be easy to capture this stockade Leader Ku and interrogate him for Elder Yu's whereabouts. But now, it seemed that things were not as simple as he thought. "I'm not a martial arts expert. I travel mountains and rivers to gather herbs and collect venomous insects all year round. That's why I'm faster than others." Fort Leader Ku smiled and did not try to hide his strength. "However, you must be wondering how I was able to discover you, right? And why can I catch your flying needle?" As long as Yang Ming made a move, he would be able to detect his strength. So, stockade Leader Ku did not need to lie. He might as well tell Yang Ming everything. Besides, the most important thing that Elder Yu needed to do was to buy time. Yang Ming nodded and said, "I'd like to hear the details. Among the venomous insects that I make, one of them is called the eyes and ears venomous insect. The eyes and ears venomous insect, as the name suggests, is my eyes and ears." Stockade Leader Ku smiled and said, "The eyes and ears venomous insect is a type of flying venomous insect. There are tens of thousands of these venomous insects, and they're distributed tens of meters, hundreds of meters, or even farther away from me. These eyes and ears venomous insects are my eyes and ears. Whatever they see, whatever they discover, it will be transmitted to me. So, you were following me, and it was not long before I found your tracks. There's actually such a magical thing." Yang Ming could not help but exclaim. Of course, I have my ways to make Mutated Meow Stockade so prosperous, but I don't use these eyes and ears venomous insects very often. Other than the initial experiment, you are the first person that I value enough to use these eyes and ears venomous insects. Stockade Leader Ku said, "I didn't expect that I would be so honored to have you use such a powerful method." Yang Ming suddenly realized why they could not escape from Stockade Leader Ku's eyes despite being so careful. It turned out that Stockade Leader Ku had such a method. In that case, wouldn't it be similar to his X-ray vision, telescopic vision, and 360-degree vision? It's not that powerful. It's just a type of auxiliary venomous insect technique. Stockade Leader Ku said, "Now, are you still wondering why I caught your flying needle? You also used these eyes and ears venomous insects to find out." Yang Ming had figured out Stockade Leader Ku's method. That's right. You're quite smart. You know how to draw inferences from one example. Stockade Leader Ku nodded. I'm already very fast. Now that I have these eyes and ears venomous insects, I can detect your movements and react accordingly. There's a saying that goes, fast eyes and quick hands. And that's exactly what I'm doing. But my eyes have become these eyes and ears venomous insects. I can already react to whatever they see. Amazing. Yang Ming could not help but exclaim. But since you've told me the truth, aren't you afraid that I'll turn against you? You know, even if you have some tricks up your sleeve, it's useless in front of absolute power. Yes, I know. Chief Ku nodded and said, that's what I want to tell you. I've said so many things to you before. I've explained so many things to you. I've even exposed my weakness. Why did I do that? Do you really think I'm showing off to you? I'm just stalling for time. Chapter 2062. Buy time? You're trying to buy time like Wang Xiaosu so that you can use your goo curse on me, right? Yang Ming asked. Yang Ming had noticed Fort Leader Ku's plan a long time ago. When Wang Xiaosu used this trick for the first time, Yang Ming had already seen through it. How could he be fooled when Fort Leader Ku was using it? However, Yang Ming wasn't sure about Fort Leader Ku's ability before this. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle. Fort Leader Ku's keen observation and super fast movements had scared Yang Ming, so he didn't dare to make a move recklessly. Even now, Yang Ming was not confident that he could hit the ground with one hit, because this stockade Leader Ku in front of him was too powerful. His eyes and ears were alert, and his movements were fast. Yang Ming was almost sure that when he attacked, this stockade Leader Ku would be able to dodge quickly. That was why Yang Ming didn't make a move, which gave Fort Leader Ku time to prepare his goo curse. This was also a last resort. Yang Ming had no other choice. Smart. Fort Leader Ku said calmly, since you gave me time, I can tell you with certainty that you don't have a chance anymore. Fort Leader Ku waved his hands and completed the last step of his goo curse. Done? Yang Ming asked. Yes, it will take effect soon. None of you can escape from it. Fort Leader Ku nodded and said. Yang Ming shrugged. He just remembered that Fort Leader Ku's eyes and ears were his goo curse. In other words, Lu Yezi and the others were already exposed to Fort Leader Ku. Come out, all of you. Since they have found out, there is no need to hide anymore. Let's act according to the situation, Yang Ming said to Lu Yezi and the others. Yang Ming's hint was very obvious. Since they all knew that Leader Ku had this kind of goo worm, they should act according to the situation. When Yang Ming made his move, they would all attack at the same time. Yang Ming didn't believe that Leader Ku could only defend against one person. How could he defend against all of them? Even if he saw through the eyes and ears goo, he could still dodge one or two attacks. But to dodge all of them was basically impossible. Not to mention him, even if it was Yang Ming, it would not be easy for him to dodge the attacks of several experts at the same time. If he did not rely on the butterfly micro-steps, Yang Ming might also be hit. In addition, these people had all learned Wang Kejin's special attack skill, which made it even harder for him to dodge. Therefore, Yang Ming did not believe that Camp Leader Ku would be able to dodge the attack. Everyone understood what Yang Ming meant. They stood out from the bushes and quickly surrounded Camp Leader Ku. It seemed that they were waiting for an opportunity to attack. What is the meaning of this? Are you all going to attack together? Camp Leader Ku asked when he saw these people surrounding him, as if he was not nervous at all. Although you have a lot of eyes and ears, I don't believe that you can dodge all of our attacks at the same time. As Yang Ming said this, he said with some confidence, it's not that I underestimate you. Although your movement technique is fast, and you have the chi to the ear, and I voodoo, you have overlooked a fact. That is, we are all experts, not ordinary people. Hee, you are very confident, aren't you? But don't you know that I've already used the goo worm on all of you? Camp Leader Ku smiled and said, don't you know that there's a reason why I am not afraid of all of you attacking me together? All right, I forgot to tell you. All of us have taken the antidote. Your poison is useless to us. Yang Ming smiled and said, You don't know, right? We still have the antidote with us. I really don't know. Camp leader Ku nodded and smiled. I didn't expect you to have such a high-quality antidote. You are indeed the son-in-law of Blue Meow Village. You have a lot of good stuff. Since you know, how can you still laugh? Yang Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was not quite right. Camp leader Ku was too calm, wasn't he? He was so calm that it was beyond imagination. Yang Ming felt that Camp leader Ku did not care whether he had the antidote or not. When he said that he had the antidote, Camp leader Ku was only a little surprised, but he did not look nervous, uneasy, or scared at all. This did not escape Yang Ming's sharp eyes. There was not a single trace of uneasiness in Camp leader Ku's eyes. This made Yang Ming feel that something was not right. Could it be that there was something that he did not know? It's no wonder Wang Xiaodong's low-level Gu technique was ineffective against you. However, my Gu technique is no ordinary knockoff. My Gu technique is a high-level Gu technique that I have never displayed before. Gu antidote pill. It's ineffective. Camp leader Ku's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. Luckily, he was prepared. What he had done earlier had successfully shocked Yang Ming. He had made Yang Ming a little afraid and did not attack him immediately. This gave him enough time to activate the Gu skill. This Gu skill was not an ordinary one. It was secretly stolen by camp leader Ku from another Meow village. However, he did not reveal it to anyone. Just like the eyes and ears Gu, he would not use it unless it was a critical moment. This was also the reason why he had agreed to Elder Yu's request. If he did not have any confidence, he might as well just run away with the entire mutated Meow village. Why would he take the initiative to look for Yang Ming? Ineffective? Yang Ming was shocked after hearing it. How could it be ineffective? Didn't Lan Ling say that Fort Leader Ku only knew some low-level Gu? How could he know such a high-level Gu skill? Yang Ming was shocked when he knew that camp leader Ku knew how to use the eyes and ears Gu. Now, he was even more shocked. It seemed that Lan Ling was also fooled. It could only be said that camp leader Ku had hidden his true strength too well. I think someone told you before that the Gu skill of mutated Meow Village can be neutralized with the antidote, right? Looking at the shocked expression on Yang Ming's face, Leader Ku was even more proud of himself. You're quite well informed, but I can't blame you for this. This is because I didn't even tell the people closest to me in mutated Meow Village about this. Don't think that I don't know that Blue Meow Village has spies in mutated Meow Village. So, how could I reveal my trump card so casually? Even the people close to me don't know about it, let alone these spies. You deserve to lose. Haha. Chapter 2063. So that's how it is. You've really hidden it well. You fooled everyone. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't dare to waste any more time. He waved his hand and ordered Lu Yezi and the others. Everyone, let's go together. Capture him before the poison takes effect. Yes. Lu Yezi and the others responded and were about to rush forward. However, before they could take 2 steps forward, a painful expression appeared on their faces at the same time. Then, they fell to the ground one by one. Big drops of sweat fell from their foreheads. At the same time, they groaned in pain. It hurts. Yang Ming was shocked. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He looked at Leader Ku with a complicated expression. Previously, Yang Ming thought that Leader Ku was just an alarmist. Yang Ming also placed his hope on the antidote pill made by Zhang Jishan. After all, Zhang Jishan was very skilled in the art of venomous insects. The pills that he made might be more powerful than ordinary people. Then, Yang Ming wanted to capture Leader Ku together while he was talking. Then, Yang Ming would force the antidote out of him. Some of Yang Ming's methods were not as easy as being poisoned by venomous insects. Some of them were even more painful. Yang Ming didn't believe that Leader Ku would be able to endure it and not hand over the antidote. However, what Yang Ming didn't expect was that when these people were about to attack Leader Ku, the venomous insects took effect and they fell to the ground. Yang Ming didn't feel any discomfort because he was poisoned by the venomous insects. It was possible that the venomous insects had neutralized the effects of the venomous insects. However, the others didn't have the venomous insects, so it was different. They would definitely be poisoned by the venomous insects. Haha, are you surprised? Are you shocked? Leader Ku laughed when he saw this scene. They will pass out in a while, but they won't die. Don't worry. What kind of venomous insects are they poisoned with? Yang Ming frowned and asked. It's okay to tell you, but I really don't know. Leader Ku shrugged and said, I stole this venomous insect from another Meow village. I don't know what it is, but this venomous insect's level is very high. It can make people lose their muscle power without them noticing. In the end, they won't even be able to walk. Don't you think it's strange that you're fine when everyone else is down? At first, Yang Ming was at a loss of what to do. However, after hearing Leader Ku's words, his eyes lit up. Wasn't it because he had a heart venomous insect? Yang Ming, was there a reason why he didn't know that he was poisoned by the venomous insects? So he didn't know that he was poisoned. Why didn't I fall down? Could it be that you let me go? Yang Ming asked calmly. Haha, no. You're the most dangerous person in my eyes. I would never let you go. Leader Ku laughed and said, after knowing that I successfully used the venomous insect on you, why are you still standing here fearlessly? Aren't you worried that you will suddenly attack me and kill me? Why? Yang Ming continued to follow Fort Leader Ku's words. Because at that time, my venomous insect had already taken effect. That's why I'm not afraid. Leader Ku said, the venomous insect takes a certain amount of time to take effect. But the condition is that you can't use your strength. The more you use your strength, the faster the venomous insect will take effect. You stood there and didn't move. The others all used their strength to attack me. In the end, the venomous insect in their bodies took effect first. Oh, why does that sound like the 10 fragrant bone softening powder in wuxia novels? As long as you use your qi, it won't work. Yang Ming frowned and said, something like that. But this isn't my qi. It's anything that uses up strength. You can try it if you don't believe me. Stronghold Master Ku said, now you know why I'm still standing here and why I didn't do anything when you surrounded me, right? It's because I'm not afraid of what you'll do. So you're saying that if I save my strength, I can stay awake for a longer period of time? Yang Ming asked, but it won't be long. You need a bit of strength to talk and stand up. Although it's not much, but after a while, you won't be able to escape the fate of falling asleep. Leader Ku said, but after you sleep, you will wake up. But you still can't use your strength. This is different from the venomous insect. It's controlled by the venomous insect. The venomous insect is in your body. As long as it doesn't die, you will stay like this. It will get worse and worse. How is it? Does it feel good? I see. So, how are you going to deal with us? Yang Ming didn't show it on his face, but in his mind, he was thinking about how to deal with this situation. At the same time, he was trying to ask Leader Ku some questions. Why would I want to deal with you? You have nothing to do with me. If it weren't for Elder Yu, I wouldn't know who you are. Leader Ku shook his head and said, I'll take you back and ask Elder Yu. Elder Yu said to keep you alive, so I'll lock you up. Elder Yu said to kill you, so I'm sorry, but you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. So you're Elder Yu's dog? Yang Ming said with a cold smile. It's not up to you to decide whether I am or not. But one thing is for sure, you're going to be my prisoner soon. Leader Ku shrugged and said calmly, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want to get some secrets from me, but I won't tell you. Actually, I don't know how to solve this venomous insect myself. Huh, so don't even think about it. Is that so? Then, I'll kill you first, even if I have to pass out. As Yang Ming said that, he suddenly jumped up and floated toward Leader Ku. He was going to give him a heavy blow. Leader Ku didn't try to dodge. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. According to his calculation, Yang Ming could only walk a few steps before he passed out. He was more than 10 meters away from Yang Ming, so there was no danger at all. Yang Ming only walked a few steps before he suddenly screamed. Then, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he fell to the ground in pain. He groaned a few times and then passed out. He didn't move anymore. Chapter 2064. Seeing that Yang Ming had also fallen to the ground, Leader Ku suddenly laughed out loud. What do you mean by don't listen to your elders? You are a typical example. I told you not to use your strength, but you didn't listen. What happened? You fainted as well, right? Ha ha. Previously, Leader Ku was a little worried that Yang Ming had some special skills that could make him immune to his high-level voodoo. After all, Yang Ming was the leader of the team, so he should have some more powerful skills. Maybe he had a high-level antidote for voodoo. After all, the son-in-law of Lan Miao village should have some special skills, right? However, Yang Ming's performance made him breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Yang Ming didn't have any high-level antidote for voodoo, and he still fainted on the ground. This showed that he had overestimated Yang Ming. This kid couldn't do anything in front of his high-level voodoo. Of course, in reality, Leader Ku was very wrong. Although Yang Ming had fainted, he was faking it. He did not faint at all. At that moment, there was indeed an uncomfortable feeling of qi and blood surging up. However, this uncomfortable feeling quickly disappeared and was replaced by a burst of relaxation. Yang Ming knew that Master Ku's voodoo technique was broken by his voodoo heart voodoo. The heart voodoo should be a very high-level voodoo art. Even Lan Ling and her grandmother couldn't do anything about it. How could a voodoo art like Fort Leader Ku's be able to do anything about it? Voodoo brought about benefits and disadvantages. The greater the side effects, the greater the benefits. Since this voodoo could endanger Yang Ming's life, it could also save Yang Ming's life. As long as it was not a particularly powerful voodoo, it should be neutralized automatically by the voodoo. Of course, the voodoo that Yin Guangdo had gotten from Elder Yu was an exception. If it was not for Lan Hai, Yang Ming would have died. However, Yang Ming did not care about such a low-level voodoo. Yang Ming was a person who was good at disguising. Disguising was one of the compulsory courses for an assassin. Yang Ming could disguise himself as people of different professions, and he could also play dead. Especially when Yang Ming saw how the others died, he memorized it in his mind. Even Fort Leader Ku didn't suspect anything. When Leader Ku saw that Yang Ming had also fainted on the ground, he laughed maniacally and walked over. He was ready to capture Yang Ming and the others and bring them back to Abnormal Miao Stockade. Master Ku took out a rope from somewhere and started to tie up Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu's hands and feet. It was obvious that Master Ku was a very careful person. Even though these people had fainted, he still tied them up to prevent them from escaping. Perhaps Master Ku knew that it was impossible for him to bring all these people back to Abnormal Miao Stockade with his own strength. He could only capture them first, then call someone to bring them back to Abnormal Miao Stockade and wait for Elder Yu to deal with them. Yang Ming could see his surroundings with his eyes closed. The 360-degree perspective ability was not just for show. It had a practical use. Yang Ming watched as Master Ku tied up Lu Yezi and the others one by one. He was a little anxious. Why didn't this guy come for me first? Why did he go for the others first? In fact, as mentioned before, Master Ku was a very careful person. He always felt that Yang Ming should have more powerful antidotes on him, and not just the antidote voodoo pill. As for the other antidote, it was called the super antidote pill or the advanced antidote pill. Although the name was different, it existed in reality. Although this advanced antidote pill could not completely break the advanced antidote spell, it could still provide some relief. Therefore, Master Ku was very cautious when Yang Ming suddenly fainted. While he was tying up the others, he was also paying attention to Yang Ming. He wanted to see if he was faking it or if he really fainted. Master Ku seemed to be leisurely tying up Yang Ming and the others, but in fact he was very cautious. He mobilized all the eyes and ears goo around Yang Ming to monitor him. In his opinion, if Yang Ming was faking it, he would definitely open his eyes and secretly observe the situation. Even if he squinted his eyes, it was impossible for him to hide from the eyes and ears goo. Once Yang Ming made a move, Master Ku could plan his next step at any time. However, After Master Ku tied up the hands and feet of Lu Yezi and the others, Yang Ming still did not have any reaction. His eyes did not move at all. Master Ku heaved a sigh of relief. How would he know that Yang Ming had the ability to see with his eyes closed? Not only could he see with his eyes closed, but he could also see with a 360-degree view. It was almost as good as his eyes and ears goo. He could use the eyes and ears goo to monitor Yang Ming without looking at Yang Ming, but Yang Ming was also using his eyes and ears goo to monitor him. However, Master Ku did not think that Yang Ming had such a powerful ability. After he was sure that Yang Ming had really fainted, he smiled and walked towards Yang Ming. "Kid, you can't escape from me after all. This time, I can finally report to Elder Yu." Saying this, Stockade Leader Ku took out a rope and was about to tie Yang Ming up. However, in the next moment, Yang Ming, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. When Leader Ku was bending over, Yang Ming abruptly pressed a few acupoints on Leader Ku's body. Leader Ku couldn't move at all in the blink of an eye. "You." Master Ku stared at Yang Ming in shock. He opened his eyes wide and said, "How did you come back to life?" Although Stockade Leader Ku had already noticed Yang Ming's abnormality the moment he launched his attack, and the ear and eye goo had also given him a warning, he had no time to react because he was too close to Yang Ming. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Even if Stockade Leader Ku wanted to dodge, there was no way he could. There was no time for him to do so. So, Stockade Leader Ku could only watch as Yang Ming attacked him. Yang Ming used a very magical method to make him unable to move. "Yeah, how'd I come back to life again?" Yang Ming smiled and looked at Fort Leader Ku, "But I did come back to life because I was not dead." "You were faking it?" Master Ku was furious. If he still did not know that Yang Ming was faking it, he would be an idiot. But how is that possible? How could his high-level goo technique have no effect on him? Besides, how could Yang Ming be so good at faking it? How could he not notice anything? Chapter 2065. Not only that, he had even fooled the ear and eyes goo insect. When he was trying to kill time by tying up Yang Ming's men, the ear and eyes goo insect had been keeping an eye on Yang Ming. Even when he was right next to Yang Ming did not move at all. How did he know that he was right in front of him? Leader Ku could not figure it out. "I was faking it. Can't you tell?" Yang Ming shrugged and smiled innocently. "I was good at faking it, wasn't I? Humph. Who would have thought that all is fair in war? In the end, I still made the wrong move and lost to you." Leader Ku sighed. "Yang Ming, the son-in-law of Blue Miao Village, you really live up to your name. Cut the crap. Give me the antidote now." Yang Ming interrupted Camp Leader Ku and yelled at him. "Antidote? I'm sorry, I don't have it." Leader Ku shook his head. "Since I lost to you, you can do whatever you want to me. But I really don't have the antidote." After listening to Yang Ming's question, although his mouth was full of righteousness, his heart was relieved. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't have the antidote. If he had the antidote, why would he ask for it from him? Even if he did, he might only have one and he had taken it himself. Or maybe he did not have the antidote. He just took a super antidote and thought that it was the antidote. He did not know that it could only slow down the process of the poison. It could not cure the poison completely. "You don't have it. You don't have the antidote for your own poison. Do you think I will believe you?" Yang Ming looked at Leader Ku with a cold smile. "Do you think you have a choice? Don't force me to do anything to you. I'm telling you the truth." Leader Ku said with a wry smile, "I've already told you that I stole the recipe from another Hmong village. There's only the poison, but no antidote. Maybe the people in that village have it, but I don't." "What Hmong village?" Yang Ming frowned and asked. It's useless. That Hmong stockade village has already been annihilated by our abnormal Miao stockade village." Leader Ku smiled and said, "The rest of the people in that Miao village have all fled. We can't find them anymore. You don't have to think about it." "Humph." Yang Ming snorted coldly and said, "Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin? Then don't blame me for being rude." After that, Yang Ming casually poked Leader Ku's body a few times. This was Yang Ming's specialty. He could make people suffer, but he could not kill them. Up. The next moment, Leader Ku opened his mouth and eyes wide. He started to breathe heavily, and the pain on his face was obvious. So painful. What did you do to me? What did you do to me, huh? It's nothing. Anyway, it's not a curse, because I don't know how to do it. Yang Ming said calmly. Do you have the antidote now? No, I don't have the antidote. Leader Ku was in great pain, but he really did not have the antidote. He was not lying to Yang Ming. He had not really used this curse ever since he had created it. He had only secretly tested it on his enemies. As for the antidote, how would Leader Ku know about it? He did not invent this curse. There was only a prescription, and the antidote was not on it. Oh, then you can continue to suffer. Tell me when you have the antidote. Yang Ming did not seem to want to talk to Leader Ku anymore. Instead, he turned around and sat on the ground leisurely, waiting for Leader Ku's answer. So painful, so painful. For Leader Ku was gasping for air. He was in so much pain that his forehead was full of sweat. His whole body was trembling nonstop. He couldn't move at all because Yang Ming had sealed his acupuncture points. He didn't even have the right to stretch his body. Do you have the antidote now? Yang Ming asked. No, I really don't have it. Fort Leader Ku was in so much pain that he didn't mind giving it to Yang Ming if he had the antidote. He was in so much pain that he felt like he was going to explode. No, then you can continue to suffer, or you can think of an antidote. Yang Ming's face was full of sarcasm, but his heart was getting heavier and heavier. Yang Ming had used this method to deal with a lot of enemies. Ordinary enemies would have already admitted defeat after such a long time. No matter how stubborn they were, Yang Ming had already pried open their mouths, let alone asking for the antidote. However, at this moment, Fort Leader Ku still did not take out the antidote. What did this mean? Did he want it? It meant that Leader Ku had a strong will. Did he want it? It meant that he really did not have it, of course. Yang Ming had already guessed it. He was more inclined towards the second possibility, which was that even Leader Ku himself didn't have the antidote for the venomous insect. Then let me ask you, how did Elder Yu ask you to deal with us? Yang Ming changed the question. Although this was what Yang Ming wanted to know, Yang Ming could tell if Leader Ku really did not have the antidote, or if he was just pretending. Elder Yu is at a critical moment in his cultivation. He does not want to be disturbed, so he asked me to stop you to buy as much time as possible. Leader Ku did not hide the truth this time. Oh, then where is Elder Yu now? Why did you hand us over to him? Yang Ming asked. After I capture you, I can use the phone to contact Elder Yu's subordinates. Leader Ku said. Then do you know where Elder Yu's residence is? Yang Ming continued to ask. I know, I can tell you, but Elder Yu is an extremely cautious person. He lives in a few places. I heard that every time he sees an outsider, he would change his location. He is also afraid that the people from Blue Meow Village will find him. So, even if I tell you, I don't think he is here now. Leader Ku did not hide the truth and told him everything. Tell me his location. Yang Ming's heart sank. It seemed that Leader Ku really did not have the antidote. His coordinates are XXXXX. Leader Ku said Elder Yu's location, and then he started to moan loudly. It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. Oh, then where is the antidote? Yang Ming continued to ask. Fuck you. I really don't have it. Why don't you believe me? You can just kill me. It's better than suffering like this. Leader Ku started to scream in his heart. He could not take it anymore. However, Yang Ming happened to see his thoughts. Yang Ming's face darkened. This time, there was no doubt that Leader Ku really did not have the antidote. He had already told his thoughts in his heart, and it was not a lie. Chapter 2066. Yang Ming's heart was heavy. He was afraid that Leader Ku was not lying. If that was the case, it would be impossible for Yang Ming to get the antidote from Leader Ku. If he had known this would happen, Yang Ming would have ordered Lu Yezi and the others to run away when Leader Ku used the poison. He believed that even if Leader Ku chased after them, it would be impossible for him to chase after all of them. As long as they ran away separately, Leader Ku would not be able to catch up with them. Moreover, Leader Ku would not leave him behind to chase after the others. Elder Yu had specifically asked Leader Ku to stop Leader Ku. Leader Ku would definitely follow Leader Ku's lead. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could not help but feel a little regretful. He had harmed his own teammates. He was too conceited. He thought that even if the antidote could not be used to deal with Leader Ku's poison, he could still force Leader Ku to give him the antidote. However, the current situation was out of Yang Ming's expectation. Leader Ku did not have the antidote at all. Initially, Yang Ming's previous plan was going very smoothly, but now it came to an abrupt end and was abandoned halfway. According to Yang Ming's plan, there was a reason why he did not attack Leader Ku directly. Instead, he pretended to be unconscious and fell on the ground to confuse Leader Ku. Leader Ku was a very cautious person. That was why Yang Ming was not confident that he could hit Leader Ku in one hit, because the distance was too far. If he missed, Leader Ku would be alerted. Then, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity. That was why he pretended to be unconscious to confuse Leader Ku first. Then, he would give him a fatal blow. Yang Ming had indeed successfully deceived Fort Master Ku and captured him in one strike. However, it was out of common sense that Fort Master Ku had no antidote. Yang Ming was in deep thought. However, Leader Ku was still in pain. If Yang Ming did not remove the seal on his acupoints, Leader Ku would suffer every minute and every second. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Just kill me. Can't you just let me die? Leader Ku could not take it anymore. He was begging for death. I'll make up a lie to deceive him. He'll relieve me of my pain first. Then, I'll just die. Seeing that Yang Ming did not respond, Fort Master Ku thought to himself. However, Yang Ming had also seen his idea. While Yang Ming was thinking about what to do next, he heard Leader Ku's idea and decided to beat him at his own game. Since Leader Ku did not know where Elder Yu was, Yang Ming would pretend to have fainted and be captured by Leader Ku. Then, he would wait for Elder Yu's arrival in otherworldly Miao Village. As for Xia Shui, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu, they had to think of another way to treat them. I know the antidote. I said, let me go. Since Leader Ku had made up his mind, he started to yell. Yang Ming had already made up his mind. When he heard Leader Ku say that he knew the antidote, he nodded his head and sneered. You finally agreed? All right, then I'll let you off for now. But if you lie to me, then I won't hold back. All right, let me go. Leader Ku didn't care whether Yang Ming would let him go or not. He just nodded his head painfully. Yang Ming patted Leader Ku's body a few times to unseal his acupuncture points. Then he said, all right, you can tell me now. Let me take a breather first. Leader Ku knew that if he said that he lied to Yang Ming, he wouldn't be able to live for long. So, he wanted to get some rest before he told the truth. Are you done? Why are you taking so long? Yang Ming frowned and asked. I'm done. Leader Ku took a deep breath and said, actually, there is no antidote. You should just kill me. What? No antidote. Yang Ming was enraged. He raised his hand and was about to hit Leader Ku. However, Yang Ming's face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat rolled down Yang Ming's forehead. Yang Ming's face started to twist. What's wrong? Leader Ku was stunned when he saw Yang Ming's face. So painful. Yang Ming fell to the ground in pain. He kept moaning, so painful. What's wrong? Wasn't the antidote cured? Why is it acting up again? Is the super antidote not working? Shit. After that, Yang Ming's body started to twitch. Then, he fell to the ground and stopped moving. What? Stockade Leader Ku was dumbfounded by the sudden change. What did that mean? Yang Ming died again? And this time it seemed like he really died? Leader Ku couldn't understand why Yang Ming pretended to be unconscious when he had the upper hand. If Yang Ming wanted to kill Fort Leader Ku, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need for him to play dead to deceive him. But why did Yang Ming's antidote act up again? That's right. Leader Ku suddenly remembered what Yang Ming said before he fainted. The super antidote. Yang Ming had taken the super antidote. This medicine could alleviate the effects of the antidote. However, it could only alleviate the effects. It couldn't completely remove the antidote. The super antidote only delayed the effects of the antidote compared to the normal antidote. It wasn't the real antidote. No wonder Yang Ming was able to hold on for so long. In the end, he was enraged and wanted to finish me off, but in the end, he fainted. This is really too tragic. Gaga. Leader Ku couldn't help but laugh. He was very happy. He thought that he was going to die, but the tables had turned. He didn't die, but Yang Ming had fainted. Life was full of joys and sorrows. Comedies came too quickly. He couldn't get used to it. Wahahaha, God is helping me. Leader Ku laughed. Yang Ming, do you think the super antidote is invincible? Ha! Have you ever thought that my antidote is also a high-level antidote? Since the antidote didn't work, what's the use of the super antidote? Yang Ming was a little speechless as he lay on the ground. Motherfucker, I just casually mentioned the super antidote pill. And there is actually such a thing? It seemed that Leader Ku knew that the super antidote was useless against his antidote. It was like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. What a coincidence. Wait a second before you faint. I haven't unsealed my acupuncture points yet. I can't move. Leader Ku suddenly remembered that Yang Ming had sealed his acupuncture points. Although it wasn't painful anymore, he should still be unable to move. So, he subconsciously bent down and shook Yang Ming's body. He wanted to wake Yang Ming up so that he could unseal his acupuncture points. Yang Ming was even more speechless. You old bastard, didn't you notice that you can move yourself? Why are you shaking me? Yang Ming had already made a plan. He couldn't make a mistake. So, he unsealed his acupuncture points. Chapter 2067. However, it seemed that Chief Ku had not noticed it yet. Yang Ming did not know what to say. He wanted to stand up and scold him. You can move now, but you don't know that all your acupuncture points have been unsealed? Why are you still looking for me? Chief Ku shook Yang Ming a few times, but to no avail. Suddenly, he realized that he could move again. There were no signs of his acupuncture points being sealed. He could move freely. He could jump and walk as he wished. What's going on? Chief Ku mumbled to himself. That's right. He had asked Yang Ming to help him get rid of his pain. Perhaps Yang Ming had also unknowingly helped him get rid of the seal on his body. This should be Yang Ming's subconscious action. Yang Ming himself probably did not know that Yang Ming had helped him get rid of the seal on his body. Otherwise, Yang Ming would not have attacked him so recklessly. Yang Ming was not an idiot. Thinking of this, Chief Ku could not help but laugh out loud. Even the heavens were helping him. What a coincidence! He did not know what to do when Yang Ming fainted. But now, it was no longer necessary. Yang Ming had already gotten rid of the seal on his body before he fainted. Kid, TSK, I don't know what to say to you anymore. You lost, but you did not lose at all. You reap what you sow. Chief Ku looked at the fainted Yang Ming and said calmly. Yang Ming was still speechless. Chief Ku did not tie up Yang Ming himself. In his opinion, Yang Ming had completely fainted. There was no need to tie him up. He would not wake up anytime soon. The reason was simple. Yang Ming would not give up when he had the absolute advantage. Very soon, Brother One arrived with a group of mutated Miao Village's men. When he saw that Leader Ku was standing there unscathed while Yang Ming and the rest were lying motionless on the ground, Brother One heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the mutated Miao stockade's position was secured. As long as Chief Ku's position was not affected, the mutated Miao stockade would continue to prosper. Congratulations, Master! Congratulations! Brother One ran over in big steps and respectfully said to Camp Leader Ku, Camp Leader Ku, you have won the battle. Stop with the flattery. Bring these people back to the mutated Miao stockade. Chief Ku waved his hand and ordered Brother One. Yes. Brother One nodded and ordered his men. They carried the fainted Yang Ming, Lu Yezi, Xia Shui, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu to the mutated Miao stockade. In a mutated Meow stockade, there was a place to hold prisoners. Usually, it was used to hold residents who violated the rules of the stockade. It was also used to hold prisoners of war from other Meow stockades. Yang Ming and the rest were thrown into a huge prison cell. Although the houses in the mutated Meow stockade were made of wood, it was because of the climate here that such houses were more comfortable. It was not that the mutated Meow stockade did not have enough money to build houses made of cement. The prison cell was made of reinforced concrete. Its purpose was to prevent the people inside from escaping. As for whether it was comfortable or not, it was not the concern of the people of the mutated Meow stockade. Yang Ming was conscious the whole time. When he and the rest were thrown into the prison cell, the door was closed with a bang, followed by the sound of the door being locked. The prison cell suddenly turned dark. There were no windows, and it was a little like a prison in ancient times. The floor was covered with straw mats, and there were no other facilities. However, it was not shabby, and it was very clean. Thinking about it, there were not many opportunities to use such a huge prison cell. It was impossible for the mutated Meow stockade to have so many people who violated the stockade rules at the same time. It was estimated that no one had used this place since it was built. After these people left, Yang Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Lan Ling. He explained his situation and told her not to worry too much. At the same time, he also told Lan Ling about the problem he encountered. Xia Shui, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu had not been cured yet. This was Yang Ming's top priority. Although stockade leader Ku was very cautious, he was not a professional. He threw Yang Ming and the rest into the prison cell without even searching them. He did not even take away their phones. Perhaps he thought that the prison cell was so sturdy that Yang Ming and the rest would not be able to escape. It did not matter what they had on them. Therefore, Yang Ming successfully kept his phone and sent a message to Lan Ling. Not long after, Lan Ling's message came back. "I'm sorry, Yang Ming. I was careless. I didn't investigate properly and brought you trouble. However, since this type of poison can be cured, it is not a problem. Did you forget what I said? Your voodoo has been transmitted to Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia, and the rest. Therefore, they have the same immunity as you. Therefore, you only need to infect Xia Shui and Xiao Susu with the same voodoo. Then, you can save them." Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's message and was speechless. It was fine if it was Xia Shui, but Xiao Susu was Feng Tianlong's girlfriend. How could he do anything to her? Wasn't this an international joke? Moreover, there were two men here. If the woman was contagious, what about the men? Therefore, Yang Ming smiled bitterly and replied to Lan Ling, "My little Ling Ling, Xiao Susu is Feng Tianlong's girlfriend. Moreover, even if she was contagious, what about Feng Tianlong and Lu Yezi? You don't want me to be gay friends with them, right?" Lan Ling's message was quickly replied again, "I'm sorry. I was careless." Lan Ling sent a cute emoji and continued, "There is also a voodoo component in your blood, but it is not as effective as that method. However, for ordinary voodoo, your blood can be cured. You can give each of them a little bit of your blood. You don't need a lot, just a little bit is enough. If they drink too much, it won't have much effect. It can only slow down their aging. However, you better not do this. It is better to keep this matter a secret from outsiders." "Okay, I got it." Yang Ming looked at Lan Ling's solution and was relieved. As long as there was a solution, it was fine. As for making Feng Tianlong, Lu Yezi, and Xiao Susu stay young forever, it was better to forget about it. After all, this kind of thing was a little too strange. Not everyone liked to stay young forever. Yang Ming also had no other choice. Otherwise, as a man, it was fine if he stayed at the prime of his life in his 30s or 40s. Otherwise, when he had children in the future, he and his children would be like brothers. Their mothers would be like sisters to them. Wouldn't this be too scary? Chapter 2068. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming didn't dare to neglect. He directly bit his finger and put it into Xia Shui's mouth. It was also an experiment on Xia Shui. If this method didn't work, then he could only use the ultimate method mentioned by Lan Ling. However, Yang Ming could only save Xia Shui. As for the others, Yang Ming really couldn't do anything. Yang Ming's heart wasn't perverted. It was impossible for him to do something that violated ethics and morality. He wanted to use Xia Shui as an experiment to see how much blood he needed. If it was a lot, then Yang Ming wouldn't be able to handle it. He would probably faint from excessive blood loss before he could save the others. So, after giving Xia Shui some of his blood, Yang Ming took out his finger and waited quietly for Xia Shui to wake up. While waiting for Xia Shui to wake up, Yang Ming didn't stay idle. He used his special ability to lock on Leader Ku to see if he had contacted Elder Yu. When Leader Ku returned to his room, Brother Wan stood beside him respectfully. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, Leader," Brother Wan said happily. "Now that we are back in the stockade, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before this, I was worried because of that little bastard Yang Ming. That little bastard played a trick on me." Stockade Leader Ku sighed and said with a lingering fear, "Leader Ku is wise and powerful. No matter how strong that little bastard Yang Ming is, he is nothing in front of you." Brother Wan said flatteringly, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since Yang Ming has fallen into our hands, there is no more suspense. I will call Elder Yu now and hand him over to avoid any more trouble." Stockade Leader Ku said after a moment of hesitation. "Okay, I will look for Elder Yu's phone number now." Brother Wan nodded and looked for it in a phone book. After a while, he said, "It's here. It's the number of Elder Yu's trusted subordinate." Leader Ku nodded and called Elder Yu's subordinate according to the number in Brother Wan's hand. "Hello? Who is this?" The call was quickly connected, but the tone of Elder Yu's subordinate on the other side was very cold. There was a sense of superiority. "Hello. I am Ku Layman, the leader of mutated Miao Village. I'm looking for Elder Yu." Leader Ku sighed. Even Elder Yu's subordinate was so arrogant. As the leader of the second largest village, he didn't have much confidence in front of him. He was helpless. Strength was everything. If he didn't have strength, no matter how big the village was, it was useless. "Oh, Stockade Master Ku, please wait a moment." The other party's tone was slightly better, but it was still very stiff. There wasn't the slightest bit of respect in it. It was as if it was a business. "Okay, thank you." For Leader Ku said helplessly. After a while, Elder Yu's voice came from the phone. "Hello? Leader Ku? What's the matter?" "Elder Yu, I've finally captured Yang Ming and the others." When Leader Ku said this, he still had some confidence in his voice. "Oh, you've captured Yang Ming and his men?" Elder Yu was stunned. He couldn't believe it. Yang Ming and his men were captured by Leader Ku when even Falcon couldn't do anything to them? "Yes. Now, these people are being held in mutated Miao Village," Leader Ku said proudly. It was obvious that Elder Yu was very surprised, but the more it was like this, the more it showed that Leader Ku was very capable. "How did you deal with them?" Elder Yu still couldn't believe it. "Well, I used a high-level witchcraft that can make people weak. Once they use their strength, they will faint. That kind of witchcraft made Yang Ming and his men unconscious. Then I captured them." Leader Ku didn't go into details. He just briefly explained the process. If there were too many details, it would seem that he was a little weak. After being deceived by Yang Ming once, it would be a little embarrassing. Witchcraft. Yang Ming and his men couldn't detoxify the witchcraft. Elder Yu felt that something was wrong. How could it be so easy to capture Yang Ming and his men? It was too easy, especially when Elder Yu had sent people to deal with Yang Ming. He asked Yin Guangdo and his men to use witchcraft on Yang Ming, but they couldn't do anything to him. This meant that there was an expert around Yang Ming who knew how to detoxify the witchcraft. But now, it seemed that this expert wasn't with Yang Ming. He had the antidote pill and the high-level antidote pill. But my witchcraft is useless against these two pills. So, Yang Ming could only be captured by me. Leader Ku said proudly. "Elder Yu, where are you? Are you still at the same place? Do you want me to send Yang Ming and his men to you?" "There's no need for that. I've already left. I've changed my training place. How about this? I'll personally bring my men to your mutated Miao village and take Yang Ming and his men away. Elder Yu thought for a while and said, That's fine. I'll welcome you here. I hope you won't forget the condition you promised me. Leader Ku reminded him. Don't worry. I won't forget what I said. Elder Yu regretted it. If he knew that it would be so easy to capture Yang Ming and his men, he wouldn't have asked Leader Ku to do it. Wouldn't it be better if he did it himself? But now, Leader Ku had done it so easily and even wanted to ask for benefits from him. But since he had already said it, Elder Yu couldn't go back on his words. After all, if he succeeded in taking over Blue Miao Village, he would become one of the most prestigious people in Miaojiang. So, he had no choice but to agree to Leader Ku's condition. Fortunately, Leader Ku's condition wasn't too unreasonable. He would only have one more lackey. It wouldn't be bad to have a lackey like Leader Ku. Thinking of this, Elder Yu was happy again. Yang Ming had been using his X-ray vision to monitor Leader Ku. Although he couldn't hear what Elder Yu said, Yang Ming could see every word that Leader Ku said clearly. He could also make some inferences about Elder Yu's words. It seemed that Elder Yu was going to bring him back personally. This was a good opportunity to kill Elder Yu. If he could use it well, it would be a good plan to kill Elder Yu here. Thinking of this, Yang Ming immediately sent a text message to Lan Ling. If Lan Ling cooperated with him, he should have a chance of winning. After Lan Ling received Yang Ming's text message, she didn't say anything and called Yang Ming. Because this news was too important, she had to confirm it with Yang Ming personally. Although she trusted Yang Ming, she was also afraid that Yang Ming's phone would fall into the hands of others and be used by others to send fake news. Chapter 2069. Ling Ling, it's me. Yang Ming probably guessed Lan Ling's thoughts, so he quickly answered the phone. Yang Ming, did you say that Elder Yu is coming to mutated Miao Village to take you away? Lan Ling asked anxiously. Yes, I just got the news. I think Elder Yu is on his way. Time is tight. Can Blue Miao Village come and deal with Elder Yu together? If you are here, we have a higher chance of winning. If you're not here, it may be very troublesome. Yang Ming didn't know if he had the confidence to win. Just one Stockade Master Ku was hard enough to deal with, not to mention Elder Yu coming personally. I know. Let me discuss with Grandma. If it is possible, we will go and deal with Elder Yu together. Lan Ling pondered and said, Okay, I will wait for your news. Yang Ming nodded and hung up the phone. As for Xia Shui, she slowly woke up when Yang Ming called. Yang Ming? What happened to me? Did I wake up? Where am I? Xia Shui rubbed her eyes and found a sweet taste in her mouth. What is the taste in my mouth? You woke up? Then it's fine. We are in Master Ku's cell. Yang Ming quickly explained, The blood in your mouth is my blood. I have to save others first. Yang Ming saw that Xia Shui woke up and he was relieved. It seemed that Lan Ling's method was effective. At least he didn't need to use that method. Yang Ming walked to Lu Yezi's side and put his bleeding finger into his mouth. Then he did the same thing to Feng Tianlong and Xiao Susu. You used your blood to save us. Xia Shui was surprised. Your blood can cure the voodoo. I was poisoned by Lan Ling's voodoo. This voodoo has a special feature. While it can't betray the person who poisoned me emotionally, it can also provide corresponding benefits. First of all, after a period of time, the body will gradually become stronger and immune to diseases. This is only on the surface. At the same time, it can also be immune to many voodoo, such as the voodoo that Master Ku poisoned us. Yang Ming had now finished treating Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu. He was waiting for them to wake up, so he had nothing to do for the time being. He explained to Xia Shui, In my blood, there's a similar detoxification component. Although it isn't that strong, it is still effective against the voodoo. So you can wake up. I see. Xia Shui nodded. However, it isn't right. Can't betray the person who poisoned you? It seems like you have betrayed Lan Ling. You have so many women. How you can't betray her? Xia Shui's tone was somewhat sarcastic. This betrayal refers to the betrayal in my heart. I have her in my heart, so it isn't considered betrayal. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. Moreover, Chen Mingyin and the others will also be infected by the voodoo. So this time, if I can't go back, it is equivalent to harming them for life. Oh, they're also infected with the voodoo? Doesn't that mean that they can't betray you? But it's okay. Isn't it fine as long as they don't betray you in their hearts? Well, you can't go back. They can still find some comfort. Xia Shui was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Ming, so she deliberately said this to disgust Yang Ming. They're different. Yang Ming sighed. Whether it is physically or mentally, they can't betray me. In fact, I would rather not have this voodoo. How could Yang Ming not hear the sarcasm in Xia Shui's words? However, Yang Ming sincerely hoped that Chen Mingyin and the others did not have this voodoo. With the existence of this voodoo, it was equivalent to harming them for the rest of their lives. It tied their lifetime happiness to him. You know it's not fair? Xia Shui snorted. Then when we drank your blood, will we also be infected with the voodoo? How is this possible? Lu Yezi and Feng Tianlong are men. I can't bear it. Yang Ming was shocked. He quickly shook his head and explained. That's more like it. If I was infected with the voodoo, I would have to marry you. What loss? Xia Shui snorted. At this time, Lu Yezi, Feng Tianlong, and Xiao Susu slowly woke up. Xia Shui closed her mouth. She could complain to Yang Ming, but in front of others, she was too embarrassed to say it. We are awake. Boss, did you save us? Feng Tianlong stood up and stretched his body. He didn't find anything strange. He didn't feel tired either. He was pleasantly surprised. It seems like I'm fine. Am I full of strength now? Me too. Boss, you know how to detoxify the voodoo? Lu Yezi also said in surprise. There is a bloody smell in my mouth. Xiao Susu said, but she looked at Yang Ming's finger. If I guess correctly, it was Captain Yang who saved us with his own blood? Captain Yang, is there a component in your blood that could detoxify the voodoo? Xiao Susu's observation was more detailed. She could see some unnoticed details at once. Hee, your observation is quite detailed. Yang Ming smiled and nodded. That's right. My blood does have the function of detoxifying the voodoo, but now is not the time to talk about this. We have to have a short discussion now to study the countermeasures to deal with Elder Yu later. Deal with Elder Yu. After everyone heard Yang Ming's words, they were shocked. They didn't expect that they would have to deal with Elder Yu on the first day in Miaojiang. Wasn't this too fast? In fact, even Yang Ming himself didn't expect that they would have to deal with Elder Yu so soon. However, since things had come to this point, there was no other way. This was a good opportunity to meet Elder Yu. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Ming didn't want to give up, so he could only grab it in his hands. That's right. I deliberately pretended to faint and was brought here by Leader Ku. I wanted to use him to lure Elder Yu out. Yang Ming briefly told what happened at that time to them, and then said, after that, I have used my X-ray vision to see the phone call between Leader Ku and Elder Yu. Elder Yu should be on his way. We have to be ready for battle at any time. But we don't have any confidence at all. We can't even deal with Leader Ku. How can we deal with Elder Yu? Lu Yezi smiled bitterly. Boss, isn't this too fast? We don't know anything about Elder Yu. I know this, but since things have developed to this point, we have to go. Elder Yu is difficult to deal with, but if I can find his weakness, we still have a chance to deal with him together. Yang Ming said, You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.